Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Councilmember Bracken.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London. Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Stoner. Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Vasquez, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, we have an invocation from Pastor Dennis Eastling with Key Biscayne Community Church.
Let us pray together. Our gracious God, it is with humility and tremendous gratitude that we come to you tonight to ask your hand of blessing upon these people, upon this group of folks who are trying to do their best to lead us. We ask, God, that you would give them divine wisdom, that you would give them discernment and compassion, and that we would stand out amongst our nation as a group of people who have come to you and asked you for everything that we need. Lord, we realize that we have nothing that belongs to us. Everything here you have given to us. It's not money, it's not intelligence, it's nothing but the grace of God. And for you, we are grateful. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, with the council's permission, want to take up 7E to take care of Megan Andrews, and Mr. Waldman is here also. We will also honor Mr. Waldman afterwards. Okay, would you all join me down here with Frank and the family? This is a proclamation. Whereas the Village of Key Biscayne takes great pride in celebrating the extraordinary contributions of remarkable individuals who have enriched our community, and whereas Mrs. Megan Andrews, a cherished and revered member of our community, has left an indelible mark through her dedication as a teacher. Whereas as a lifelong teacher, Mrs. Andrews made her students feel secure enough to want to learn and confident in their abilities to learn. Whereas as a longtime resident and influential figure, Mrs. Andrews' enduring legacy extends beyond education. She was an unbiased advocate for the vulnerable, including animals. Megan was a true neighbor in every sense of the word, using compassion and intuition as her compass. Whereas her generous spirit fostered a sense of community in all her actions. Megan Welsh Andrews' spirit is an enduring light that still shines. The Village of Key Biscayne is deeply grateful for Mrs. Megan Andrews' outstanding contribution and her unwavering dedication to our community. So now, therefore I, Joe I. Rasco, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby proclaim February 11th, 2025 as a day of recognition for Mrs. Megan Andrews. We honor her exceptional contributions and celebrate the legacy she has bestowed upon our community. If you want to, yeah.
Well, all I can say is ever since I moved into Key Biscayne, I have been blessed with two beautiful, wonderful wives. We lost my first wife to brain cancer. My daughter's here, Lenny, and Frankie is not here, but so I was totally blessed with her. And then this blonde angel came into my life. I was living in my boat, 54-foot trawler at the yacht club, having a great time. And he came in and said, "Hey, come on, that's not your life." And she aimed me to the correct type of life. And since then, look at it in here. We have Alexandra and Justin, and she has saved so many kids that came in, very smart kids that didn't learn like everybody else. She would just get them and say, "Okay, you are smart. You don't learn this way. You learn this way now," and saved all of them. You know, and I see them, my boys in the gym and my partners and everything else. And she did the same thing with me. She told me, "Your life is living? Forget it." And she was right. So thank you, God, that Megan was here with all of us.
No. Come on up. Yeah, okay. Not the report, just.
Yeah, okay.
I get that.
Glenn, on behalf of the village, I want to thank you for your remarkable 25 years of service. From your early service with the Key Biscayne Athletic Club to creating and managing the Key Biscayne basketball program in the Presbyterian Church parking lot, your dedication has helped shape the foundation of our community sports programs. Your 16 years on the Village Athletics Advisory Board have been equally invaluable, as your insights and guidance have strengthened our programs, improved our facilities, and helped navigate the challenges that rose along the way. Your legacy of service, leadership, advocacy will continue to benefit this community for years to come.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I really want to report. I don't really want to say anything except it's been an absolute pleasure to serve and watch so many children grow up and get to participate in our sports and enjoy.
Way after your kids have been long gone.
Long gone. Yes, it's been a real pleasure. And we are in good hands after I leave. So,
All right.
can I go first?
Yeah,
Please?
Yes.
Okay.
A quick one.
Quick one.
A quick report.
Okay. That's okay. You're welcome. Madam Clerk. Believe it. 25 years enough. It's enough. I want to thank you all again, and Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Most of you I know, some of you I know are new. I'm here for my last official act, I suppose, which is to provide you with a report on the status of our Village Athletic Advisory Board. You may know that this started back in 2008, and it's now I have the pleasure of having served on the board with some of them are here tonight, and I just want to mention them because they're critically important. Ken Cotto, Miriam Brill, Paul Zuccarini, Victor Ballester, who's retiring with me after giving 10 years of amazing service, Sylvia Zavala, Garcia Serra, and Jimmy Lee, who will be taking over. And I think we're in great hands with Jimmy Lee taking over to be the chairman of our athletic advisory board, which some of you may know started as our youth athletic advisory board, and now it's our village athletic advisory board because we oversee all sports on the island. And what I've provided you is kind of a census on our sports, and I want to take a minute to walk through that. But before I do that, the mayor asked me to be very brief, so I will. I know there's a lot of other important issues to deal with tonight, but this is important as well. When I went to talk to village manager, Mr. Williamson, about my stepping down, he asked me to provide him with the three things that we needed to do to make our sports and our programs even better than they already are. He said, give me the top three.
And I can only come up with two, because there's one overriding issue, and then there's a secondary issue. And the overriding issue is something that everybody here knows about, which is field space and interior space for our programs. And that's not something for the athletic advisory board to handle, but that continues to hamstring our ability to make our programs even better than they are. And I think our programs are the best they've ever been. So that's number one, and that's something that you will wrestle with as you see fit, and others will assist you, and hopefully we can make that better, both indoor and outdoor. And the second thing is volunteerism, which is something that used to be really the hallmark of our programs. It was volunteers, and as Todd mentioned, that I didn't start the basketball program. Charles Fisher did, but I took it over after 2 years. And what I would do is I go around the community and say, you're going to coach, you're going to coach, you're going to coach, and you're going to coach, and you're going to be a sponsor, and you're going to be a sponsor, and it was. And that's the way we did it. And everybody coached, and people sponsored, and it was great. And now, with the exception of our rugby program, all of our sports are really pay to play. All the people who run them get paid to do it, and they do a great job. Don't get me wrong. They do. Our programs are good, and we'll talk about them very briefly in a second. But if we can get more people involved, Key Biscayne residents involved, our programs will just be better because they're Key Biscayne programs. And that's something that Jimmy Lee, as the new chairman, I think is going to focus on, something we've talked about. But those are the two biggest challenges we have in our programs in order to make them as good as they can possibly be. So having said that, let me just take a minute and walk you through our programs just so everybody, and I know Councilmember Bracken, you and I really don't know each other. And Councilmember Stoner, we know each other a little, but we haven't had a chance to work together. Same with you, Oscar. So, as well as you, Mr. Vasquez, Councilmember Vasquez, we don't really know each other. So let me just walk you through this real quick, and if you have any questions, I know you have other important things to do, but this impacts a lot of people here on the island as well. So let me get through this if I can. So these are our programs that we currently have, and our flag football program, which is one of our oldest programs, has had its moments up and down. It's vacillated, but it's on the comeback. We have somebody really wonderful running our program now. And even though we only had 76 kids play in the fall, we have every expectation that next year the program will even continue to grow. It's actually my favorite sport. It's easy, co-ed. Boys and girls can play together. I actually got the honor to coach my son and daughter together on a team, which was probably the nicest thing I ever did. Coach them together was a lot of fun. We have a very small track and field program run by Paul Zuccarini. Our volleyball program, what we went through, and we do this in conjunction now with the village, we go through an RFP. Within every 3 years, all our programs have an RFP to find the right people. And we just went through an RFP program to pick a new volleyball vendor or purveyor, if you will. And the Dallenberts are doing an amazing job. We had a great first season with them this year. But what you'll see is that we have a waiting list on that program because we don't have enough space to take care of all the people who want to play in our program. And understand that over the last couple of years, we made it a priority that Key Biscayne is always first. Key Biscayne kids are the first ones who get the right to register, and we're making sure that our kids have the opportunity to participate in our programs. But nonetheless, we have a waiting list on that program because we don't have enough space for them indoors to play. Similarly, the field hockey program, which is an amazing, amazing program, has 140 kids. The only reason it has 140 kids is because that's a cap. We don't have the space to have a bigger program. That program has been run by Florencia forever, and it's amazing. And we've had kids go on to try out for the national team, and it's really something that's a real tribute. They've played all over the world, and they've won, and it's something that we're incredibly proud of. Our baseball and softball program has really suffered, but I think it's on the comeback a little bit. You know, one of the things that's always been really important in making our programs really strong is the leadership at the top. And while we have some amazing leaders like Florencia, for example, with our field hockey program, we haven't been able to get back to the Lucio Dela Cruz and Bill Thompson and those days, and then Lucio's here, when they ran that program and they fought tooth and nail to make sure that that program got priority. Because if you look at the dates, a lot of our programs now run year-round. And it used to be a kid could play 3 different sports. You would play in different seasons, you'd play different sports. But now, owing really to what the parents want and what the kids want, we've kind of let it be that like soccer now goes 9-10 months, and a lot of these programs go all year round. And it's really the program that's probably been hurt the most by that is our baseball and our softball program, honestly. So what we tried to do, and we did this last year, and I think it was somewhat successful, is move the timing of the program. It's now December to February because we're always having all these rainouts and all the problems because of the weather on the field. And that field, as we know, the Key Biscayne K8 field floods very quickly. So we tried to move the time frame in order to make it better and not have as much. And I think it was successful last year. And there is some optimism. It's being run by the village. We haven't really had anybody step up to really run that program who was dynamic enough to really grow it again, and we're hopeful we will, but it's moving in the right direction. Our basketball program is being run by Andrew Moran, son of Pastor Moran, who was out here for many years at the Presbyterian Church. And Andrew is the coach at Columbus High School, which is one of the best high school basketball programs in the entire United States of America. And we're fortunate to have him and the Boozer brothers, as some of you may know, play for him. And they're going to go on. One's going to go, I think they're going to go to Duke next year. And one of them will go to the pros probably the year after that. That program is doing well. We have 146 kids playing. We have a little more room there. And again, what he wants to do is he wants to make this, he wants to have a traveling team. We want to grow the program. And that's something that we can't do right now because we just don't have the space to do it. However, one positive note, we are getting, and it'll happen this summer, the basketball court outside the K-8 is going to be revitalized. It's going to be knocked down. We're going to get a beautiful surface. We're going to get baskets that go up and down for the little kids and the big kids. And it's really going to be a facility that we're going to be able to use with the lights that we have there now, which is something we were able to accomplish a couple years ago. So there's some optimism that'll give us a little additional flexibility beyond what we have currently, but we'll see. So that's, and again, same thing with volleyball. The Dallin Barons want to start a male volleyball program. It's all female right now. We want to get the guys in the gym. They also want to do a travel program. And these are great ideas, and we'd love to do it, but we have to have the ability and the facilities to do it, which is something that's continues to be a challenge for us. Though I think that volleyball will get there. We're going to figure out a way to, well, those in charge will figure out a way to get us there, excuse me. Our rugby program is a great program because it's the only program that is truly volunteer. It's the only program we have where nobody gets paid. All the coaches are volunteer. It's more of a family atmosphere. And it's a wonderful, wonderful program on Sundays. They have barbecues and all kinds of fun stuff, and it's something we're very proud of. And lastly, we have the elephant in the room, which is our soccer program, which we have over 1,000 children playing. We put a cap on that program 2 years ago because of the field space challenges that we have and how it was kind of overwhelming the other sports and making it difficult for them to have the fair opportunity. And they're capped at 1,000, even though we're at 1,026 because there were some Key Biscayne kids. We just wanted to get into the program, and they're in the intramural, so doesn't really impact anything. So that's kind of what we have going on. I think as I leave and Jimmy takes over and all the people who are there who will remain there, besides Victor and I, our programs are in great shape. Working with Todd is a true pleasure. Working with the village has been great. But again, we want to do more. They want to do more. We really want to move up volunteerism, and we want to continue to make our programs as great as we can. So I don't know if anybody has any questions for me at all about anything. Thanks, Ed. All right, I don't know if that was as short as you wanted it to be, but I thought it was important to do that. So I'm now going to say thank you all very much for your time and all your
No,
service. and
thank
everything
you
do.
for your
Now,
volunteer efforts.
Thank you.
That's what Key Biscayne is all about.
Heck yeah. Thank you, guys. Be well.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Okay, so we've got a lot of cards here. Everyone remember that we want to be very civil to each other. We are all looking to do the best thing for Key Biscayne. So remember that. We all want to do the best thing for Key Biscayne. And at the end of the day, we all have opinions, and that's what they are. Nobody has the absolute truth here. So let's work together. And I'm going to start with Christine Biggers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christine Biggers. I live at 526 Allendale Road, Zone 1. I'm here tonight to let the council and the village know that there are residents that believe we need to move forward with the water resiliency project. While I have not attended every single informational session, I have been to enough and read enough to know that we have really no choice but to move forward. The longer we wait, the more expensive it will become. We elected this council, Ed, you're included, to make the informed decisions along with the expertise that we've gained from the many engineers and years of studying the potential impact of further climate change and rising tides. I cannot believe that our residents find it okay to have our grammar school kids walking through several inches of water to gain entry to the school. I attempted to walk to the community center to my home on a sunny day. This was several months ago, albeit king tide. Water was percolating out of the two drains on the corners of McIntyre and Ridgewood. There was no way to get around the flooding, hence soaking feet. It's unsafe and unsanitary. Further delay will only continue to increase the cost. I'm not suggesting that you don't try to make the most of our dollars, but we are making this investment. Let's get it right the first time around and continue to move forward. Please do not pause. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of applause for that one.
Who wrote that?
They were respectful. Yes, they were respectful. Thank you.
Okay, Ann Tainter.
And Tainer, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. We live on a barrier island. There's barrier islands all over the world, and there's about 400 on the coast of the U.S. They all flood. They all, in heavy rain, have a problem, but they keep going. There's pros and cons to living here. Certainly, less green space, bigger buildings, taller buildings, more concrete doesn't help the situation. So I'd like you all to step back and think about it and reconsider and look at all the plans on the table. I raised 3 children here. One of their fondest memories and the envy of all their friends on the mainland was to get their boats and rafts on Harbor Drive and go down it after a heavy rain. And my pediatrician said it was wonderful. Give them a heavy bath when they're finished and they'll be fine. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Antonio Camejo.
Antonio Camejo, 151 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne. I'm here to support the motion made by Council Member Ed London, who always makes very good suggestions and a lot of common sense. Living in a condominium, we have a lot of the same problems that the single-family homes have in terms of flooding. It's an issue that obviously we need to address and important to address. The question is how to address it. And I think that the recommendation being made to pause to really look at how much rain is actually being absorbed by the green areas, both on the condos and single-family homes. What size pumps do we really need? And what's going to be the cost of the investment we're going to make? There are a bunch of issues that I think that a pause, there's no emergency. We've been dealing with this for many, many years. We've survived. It's not the most nice thing to have a neighborhood with lots of flooding, but let's get it right by following the recommendation of Ed, and I hope that you'll support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Haney.
Thank you. Rose Haney, 472 Glen Ridge Road. I live half a block from the school. I've been there over 40 years. Raised my son there. He walked to school almost every day, and there were just a few times that we'd have to pick him up because of the rain. He couldn't, But for the most part, I'm right next to Zone 1, so I know that there is flooding, but the flooding situation has gotten much better. When it rains, now it goes, street, you can't drive on the street maybe a few times a year, but then after a couple hours it recedes. So in my opinion, it's not that bad where we have to rush into doing anything, and the cost keeps going up on this project. I think it's a little bit too much. I think we do need to pause and reevaluate it because, again, I've been here 40 years. My son walked to school almost every day. Just a few days I had to pick him up, and that's the worst zone you're talking about. So I'm definitely in favor of pausing it and coming up with a more reasonable plan to address the situation. Thank you.
Jennifer Buttrick.
Jennifer Buttrick, 180 Cape Florida Drive. Thank you for your service to the community, and we really appreciate it. It's a lot of time to be a volunteer. Thank you to our staff, too. We have an incredible staff. And I always want to shout out to Fire Rescue. We have incredible fire rescue services, and we are all very blessed to live in this community. Through multiple elections, we've established that the voters want projects to happen. The bond was passed over 4 years ago, and that bond was to move forward with resiliency projects. These projects have been discussed, they've been workshopped, they've been talked about, and we're just in the design phase. Now's not the time to pause, because we can have the conversations about making changes and amendments to the current plans and do that while moving forward. Our property values on Key Biscayne are estimated to be $11 billion of assessed value. You all and our council and our staff have their primary obligation to protect the investments we have all made in our property on Key Biscayne. $11 billion. That doesn't include the buildings that aren't taxed. So the actual values, and that also includes Homestead. So the actual value is significantly higher, and we need to protect those values by moving forward with resiliency. But I urge all of us to go back and look at the bond, and when we were passing the bond, what we were talking about. It was burying utilities, it was stormwater, and it was beach protection. I firmly believe that we have to move forward with all three, and we must prioritize getting the power lines buried. If we allow FPL to harden, it will destroy the character of this community. If you are not sure, go look at what FPL hardening looks like. It does not belong here on Key Biscayne. Above ground power lines are a health and safety risk. In 2006, my power lines caught on fire. There was a fire in my yard. Our fire rescue was there. In 90 seconds, they couldn't do anything because it was an electrical fire, and we watched our yard burn in the middle of the night. And it happens all the time. We have to bury power lines. In terms of the flooding, the levels of flooding at the public school area, it's not acceptable any day of the week. I had a son there for 1 year, and the number of days where we had to pull up on a sidewalk and kids were exiting vehicles through windows, it's not acceptable. And Key Biscayne's property values have not risen to the same level and percentage of other communities here, not the same as Miami Beach, even though our flooding issues are less than Miami Beach. There's a perception that we are not doing enough. Sometimes the loudest voices are the unhappy ones. And sometimes those who are happy and really love living here are living our lives quietly at home and forget to come to council meetings and speak about these things. And, but just remember, I think it's really critical that we have progress. We can value engineer, we can make changes while moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jocelyn Torres.
Good evening, Jocelyn Torres, 161 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 121. I urge you to support Ed London's motion to pass the stormwater project. This is not about stopping progress, but ensuring that we move forward responsibly and with full confidence in our decision. The Big Dig project is a massive undertaking, over $125 million for just Zone 1, with years of constructions ahead. With so much at stake, why rush? A short pause to allow an independent consultant to reassess the plan will not derail the project, but it will ensure that we're making the best possible choice for Key Biscayne. Leadership is about making informed, thoughtful decisions, especially when it comes to a project of this magnitude. We're simply asking for due diligence. If this project is so sound as its supporters claim, then an additional review will only reinforce its merits. The residents of Key Biscayne deserve transparency and confidence in the path forward. Take this pause not as a delay, but as a commitment to getting it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Freed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Mark Freed, 525 Warren Lane. My first comment is, can we move the chairs up so we can walk safely? After that, I don't disagree with any of our neighbors who spoke before me. Just have a caveat to that. It appears apparent that at this time, the ducks are not in the order to start this project. Councilmember London, former Councilmember Moss have pointed out several factors that could make this project better and possibly less expensive and could still be adequate. The current flooding around the school, I tell you, is much better, and the water goes away a lot quicker than it did in the 50s when I used to walk to school down McIntyre and 8 inches of water. And every big rain, there'd be 2 or 3 cars stalled because their alternators got wet. Anyway, I just ask that you, as our elected officials in charge with spending our dollars, really consider what the majority of our neighbors seem to want, those who are expressing their views here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Myra Lindsay.
Myra Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive. Good evening, council members, mayor. Nice to be here. As a barrier island in South Florida, we all have resiliency concerns. Resiliency extends far beyond upgrading our stormwater system. It requires a comprehensive strategic approach that balances multiple critical needs. As someone with experience guiding our municipality, I am deeply concerned the current focus on Zone 1 is consuming your attention to the extent that the broader picture is being lost. This compartmentalized, piecemeal approach is depleting our financial resources without adequately addressing the full spectrum of our resiliency challenges. We must pivot from a more holistic approach that prioritizes and integrates all pressing issues, including erosion control, beach renourishment, back bay protection, water retention, and undergrounding of utilities. At this time, a pause is needed, and I urge you to please pause. You lack, as a council and as a community, a comprehensive strategic plan that outlines a phased, cohesive approach on all our resiliency priorities, not just stormwater. A detailed financial analysis of the stormwater plan. Been here a long time. Frank and Ed, you remember we used to do these type of projects and we'd get our financial advisor to come in with analysis and with modeling. The best I found for this was a pictograph, page 35 of the presentation you had. You don't have enough financial information to really know what you are getting yourselves into, what you're getting the taxpayers into. Based on the pictograph, I pulled my trim bill, and for Zone 1 alone, my municipal taxes go up by 25%. It's not a big deal for me, but it is going to be a big deal for other people, and it's going to be a big deal for people who are not homesteaded. This is 25% for just phase 1. If you were to do the same 8 phases, that would be a 200% increase just for stormwater. That's not beach renourishment. That's not the rest of your resiliency priorities that you absolutely must address. So that is a big picture that you all really need to think about. Again, the financial modeling for the various funding scenarios are important and needed and have not been done, and this is important for ensuring financial responsibility. The public deserves transparency and accountability, and as fiduciaries, you are entrusted with the community's well-being. It is your duty to act with the highest level of due diligence. Please do the financial component. And please, diligence, skill, and care are absolutely paramount. Before moving forward, you and residents should have clear answers to the following questions. What is the full scope of your resiliency plan for all of your priority areas from start to completion? What are the estimated total costs for all resiliency projects? What financial models have been developed to assess different financial scenarios? And when will a workshop be held led by your municipal financial advisor? We haven't heard from him. I don't know if it's still Sergio Masvidal. Is he still around? But in any case, to explain these models and guide you and our community in this decision-making, because this is a very complex funding process. So please, please be vigilant. Please take a pause. I support resiliency. I always have. We funded it. We've been doing, by the way, we have about a cabinet full of different approaches and different plans. So there are different options. And so I am asking and urging you, please, to shift and shift towards a truly strategic, well-planned, and financially sound approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Charles Sherman.
Charles Sherman, 324 West Tether Drive. I think we all generally agree that we live in a safe community. You know, we spend millions of dollars in fire rescue. We spend millions more for our police force. And now we're being asked to spend maybe $100 million or more to protect ourselves against the rain. And many of us believe, as you can see, that it would be a waste. It's not a choice of doing nothing. One council person asked me, Charles, it's not an option to do nothing. Nobody here, I think, who opposes this massive plan wants to do nothing. We want a reasonable approach. Spending $100 million to remove an inch or two of water an hour is a silly waste. When a Cat 4 or a Cat 5 hurricane hits, there could be 5 feet of water on this island. Anybody here during Hurricane Andrew might remember that. Even if the pumps work, it'll take days to remove that amount of water. I don't think they'll work. The electricity will be out. People will be in their homes or off the island. Think about Fort Myers. Think about New Orleans. New Orleans, where the Army Corps of Engineers couldn't protect a major city in this country. Dr. Samimi, our resiliency engineer, has chosen not to live on the island for exactly this reason. He told me his home is on the highest ridge in Miami. But we understand the risk. We love the place and are happy to live here. I think we're more resilient than the plan that's being proposed. Mr. Mayor, I applaud your decision to pause.
Next speaker, Nancy Doe Carrison.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Nancy Doe Carrison. I live at 669 South Mashta Drive. And I'm here to ask each of you to consider Ed London's proposal to pause this project until we have all of the elements that are needed for resiliency in place. I don't see that with doing just Zone 1 at the astronomical price that's being discussed. We do need to be resilient. We do need to take into account our lifestyles, our property values, but we need to do it in a feasible way that will not run people out of their homes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Edward Easton.
Good evening, Edward Easton, 18 Harbor Point. I thank you all again for everything you do for this community. I know your heart's in the right place, and I applaud that, and I'll support anything I can that I believe in. I have a problem, as I said the last time I was here, that considering $400, $500 million project, this community can't afford it. And I've read Ed London's proposal, and I support it. I was surprised to see that the analysis that we did before assumed that 100% of the rain ended up on the streets. I think anybody that would have looked at that would realize that's not accurate. I don't know what the number is, but whatever the number is, I think you should pause this project and figure out, I'd work it backwards and just say, we can afford a $50 million project. We can afford a $40 million project. We have roughly $4 million in debt, I think, and that's low for this kind of community, and I know we can afford better. And I know that we need to do something, but I think to even consider a $400 million project is not reasonable, and I'm totally against it, and will be saying that as long as I can. I think you just should pause it. I think you should go back and first work up the number that you're comfortable with for the size of the project, and tell the engineers and the people involved that this is our number, figure it out. Whether it's 8 pumps, 12 pumps, or 18-pound pumps or 94-pound pumps, whatever it is, work it out and get the 2 inches of water or whatever it is off the streets. I do believe that a lot of the water is going to end up in the houses, because of the zoning that you did, which is wise, of putting a curb in front of the houses. Even more of it's going to end up in the future in the house lots rather than the street. So I would just ask you to pause it, go back, come up with a reasonable number, and proceed with the way you guys do things. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Stearns.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for doing what you do. It is painful,
And your
time-consuming,
name and address.
and appreciated. My name is Gene Stearns, and I live at 250 Cape Florida Drive.
Thank you.
I have appeared here occasionally, generally as an advocate. I'm not an advocate tonight. I have read what Ed has said and agree that he makes points that are valid and need to be considered. I believe that we need to be concerned about the amount of water that arrives on our lots and is absorbed by the land that we own before it gets to the streets. But I also recognize that the most robust system that we should have should be at the lowest point in the island. You don't have to replicate that in every other part of the island. I also believe that the issue that is addressed tonight is not being addressed at the right time. I believe we're close to completing the study, the design study, that we have paid a lot of money for. And I am not a design professional. I am a professional in a different line of work. And I know what happens when you, quote, pause a project. When people leave, they go do something else, they pick up other projects, and they don't finish that which is in front of them. And if they have to start again, the waste that exists there when they start again is not insubstantial. As I understand the process, that when the design is complete, that would then initiate what would be known as value engineering. where you look and see what can we do to reduce the scale of the project to be consistent with the kind of concerns that Ed has addressed. And I believe the time to do it is after that work is completed. Not that it doesn't need to be done, because I do not know that we need the robust system that we have gone down the road with, but we have already gone down that road. And stopping it now does not make economic sense to me because it's almost done. Now, there are those who say, because of my age, I must have been here when the island was discovered initially by Ponce de Leon. But I would remind you that when Ponce de Leon landed on Key Biscayne, which was his first place in the New World, it consisted of a bit of land on the east and mostly marshland. The land we live on was filled. Almost all of this island is the project of dredging and filling projects. I have pictures on my wall in my house of the Pines Canal shortly after it was dredged by William John Matheson in 1926. And what you see is fill from the Pines Canal was put on one side of the canal and the other side of the canal, and I live on the side that's now filled. But the whole island was filled. It's just it wasn't filled high enough, okay? And so there are places that are low, and we have to address those issues. So I would suggest to you that the appropriate response is to go forward as you are and revisit the issue with value engineering and say, how many pumps do we really need? And by the way, I want to raise another question. And I'm going to be one of those 80-year-old guys that shows up at a public meeting and says something stupid, because I do that even when I was younger. But the golf course spends $1 million a year on fresh water. It's fluoridated and chlorinated and whatever. We're talking about disposing of gallons of water. Why aren't we thinking about putting it in a place where someone else is going to use it if it's fresh water? Why aren't we talking about cleaning it and putting it back in the bay? I mean, is that something we shouldn't be considering? Because we need to move it out of our island, but why not put it in a place where someone else can use it, like to water the grass on a golf course? I mean, and I know that may sound like a stupid idea, but it is what people do when they have cisterns and save water and use it later. But I'm just making the point. At the end of the day, is this the time to pause? I don't think so. Even though this argument in favor of it is compelling. Ed, it's compelling because you are making a lot of very valid points. It's just let's not tear up old dollars. Let's finish the project. Let's finish the design and then figure out what we're going to do with it. Now, I know it's not a popular position tonight, but I think it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Spitali.
Adriana Spitale, 11 The Towers of Key Biscayne. Good evening, and thank you, all of you, for volunteering this very hard task that you have. Thank you, Mayor Rasco, for considering one step back on the multi-million-dollar project. Sometimes one step back means a lot of steps forward. On the other hand, some council member several times in the Islander as well and in the council meetings bully people who do not agree with his point of view. It's said that we are just a small group of residents against the project. We are not, and we are not a small group of residents. We come also on behalf of a lot of residents out there that for different circumstances can't attend the meetings. Some of them are actually watching the broadcast. We elect all of you to protect our common interest. I thank Council London for being the voice of common sense. I thank also ex-council members Moss and Lucho for continuing being a voice of so many residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Collins.
second the motion to expand the chairs. Charles Collins, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. I don't even know where to start. I'll just say I'm here to support Ed's motion. As to the other issues about whether to pause and not pause now and moving forward, I think if we work backwards from, as Myra said, from the study that shows what it's going to cost each of us, and we compound that together with interest expense and the total nut for those 230 whatever homes is approaching $200 million, which means the project is unsustainable over the whole island. But it does give us the opportunity, as Gene points out, to look at different options. If you were told today it's going to take $1 billion to bring this island up to code, so to speak, would this be your first choice? And I think that's the value of the pause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordan Stiles.
Jordan Stiles, 251 Crandon Boulevard. This project has started to morph to almost like an encyclopedia salesperson. If you do not buy it now, your child has no future. So buy now. In 1926, a hurricane completely covered Key Biscayne with water, approximately a 14-foot storm surge. Not heavy rain, but a tidal surge that put Key Biscayne completely submerged. Such an event may occur again, and the Big Dig will do nothing to improve the outcome of such a catastrophe. If we spend $1 billion now on the Big Dig, our ability to recover from such a real disaster will be drastically curtailed, like Los Angeles or North Carolina. What is the yearly cost of maintenance to the Big Dig in terms of Key Biscayne Village government? How many employees, salary, pensions will be required to monitor this project? How much is the yearly cost for the construction firm we have hired to manage the village equipment, monitor the K8 area project, and how much the whole life of the village undergoes the Big Dig? What is the total yearly cost to maintain the system, replace pumps, and make repairs? No discussion or analysis has been provided, but I bet it's a big number. We were told the Big Dig would be paid for in 20 years and will last 40 years. After 40 years, then what do? How much of the Big Dig has to be redone? For the long haul, the Big Dig sounds a bit like a subscription service. How much of the present system of gravity drainage system will remain after the Big Dig is complete? How could we add to the updated system or old system, and what's the cost? What would we gain by changing the porosity of sidewalks, streets, parking lots with new materials? But how much have we heard? Zero. Every expenditure of money involves an opportunity cost. It represents an opportunity that is being given up. What opportunity are we giving up when we spend $100 million for the K8 area, or possibly $1 billion? We are giving up the flexibility and our resiliency of the future. What else could we do with a portion of the $1 billion or the billion? There is an old saying that you can shear a sheep many times, but you can only skin them once. To do the Big Dig is to skin the sheep. The whole world has been around approximately 4.6 billion years. 10 years of 4.6 billion is equivalent to approximately 2.17 millionths of a percent. Slowing down is a prudent course of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Betty Sim. Conroy.
Good evening, everybody. It's really Betty Sim Conroy. I did find another husband after all. And I live at 785 Crandon Boulevard, Unit 1403, here on Key Biscayne. One thing that's really upsetting me about this project, this huge Big Dig project, is I feel the council is neglecting other areas, and I think it's hurting us. When we incorporated on June 18th, 1991, we felt by being a municipality, we would have more influence with Dade County. Our problems would be taken more seriously. This is why it's very upsetting to me when I ask, why isn't our council paying more attention to the Rickenbacker Causeway? The answer always comes back, because the causeway belongs to Dade County. Well, it always has, and it did when we incorporated, hoping that the value of becoming stronger as a municipality, we would have more influence with the county. My answer about when they say because the causeway belongs to Dade County is, does that mean we don't have the right to prepare plans for our own safety and lobby the county as hard as possible for the rights of the village of Key Biscayne residents? For example, there are 3 causeways going to Miami Beach. The mayor and council of Miami Beach lobbied and researched grants. We've been looking for grants for the Big Dig. Well, they're looking for grants for Causeway. Venetian Causeway, because of their lobbying, has received a grant of over $100 million to improve the Venetian Causeway. And they have 3 ways on the island, or to get to Miami Beach. Our causeway is of immediate need of improvements in the way traffic is handled. Have we done our own traffic study and had experts, our own experts, concentrating on safety studies for our residents and the workers who come to the Key almost every day? The causeway is our driveway, and we have only one way in and one way out. We have every right to lobby the county and insist that our concerns be seriously considered. I have spoken to some of the bikers, and here they have no problem lobbying for their safety. Several of our most outstanding citizens have spoken before the council. They know a lot more about the money situation than I ever will, and they have all said clearly the program before you is just too expensive. Key Biscayne cannot afford it. It's just common sense. At the last special meeting, many of you, and I think a consultant, said that you're most concerned about the future for our children. I can tell you, I too am very concerned about the future for our children. With the proposed project, you will leave our children with so much debt, they won't have money for the other critical projects. So, in conclusion, I'm very much in favor of the pause. I think we have to do it. And also, I can assure you that, some of the other things that were mentioned at the last meeting, when they were talking about the real estate values might go down and insurance. Well, I think I can assure you that having a causeway with controlled traffic is way more important than flooding from rainstorms. Thank you.
Josie Valdez Hurtado.
Good evening again. I'm Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Grape Tree Drive. Last time I was here, we spoke about the unknowns going forward, and there were many, too many, to go ahead and continue with this. I, of course, back Mr. London's well-expressed and well-detailed proposal to pause. It is, to me, very nonsensical to go ahead with something that we do not have the price for, that keeps escalating, that will impact the cost of the value of our homes, because it is more important to have better traffic and better infrastructure all across the island than it is to have water with a storm that comes every few decades in between go down in a few inches less than it does now. We also have the issue with the maintenance of the wells that exist now. We still do not have a commitment from the council or from the manager to clean the wells the way they're supposed to be cleaned. So again, I back every other person that spoke in favor of pausing and voting for the motion that Mr. London presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fausto Gomez, next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10. First of all, thank you to Ed London for proposing the pause. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for I understand that you said at the State of the Village that you were open to it. Now, let me be clear. Water is a problem. We have to do something. The question is, what is the right solution? It appears that spending $100 and some odd million on one zone of the community, which you extrapolated will be $1 billion, essentially, is not the right solution. I have reviewed many of the plans that you have previously paid for. Believe me, there's a stack of different plans for stormwater. Our community has paid $500,000 for this one, $400,000 for this one, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those plans have not been considered, it appears, during this proposal. Why not? We paid for them. Their same professional engineers did them. They have different solutions, including there's one proposal from Mr. De La Cruz, a gentleman who I don't agree with many times, but I think he's right in this instance. Why don't we clean our wells? Why don't we examine them? And why don't we review them? Now, many questions remain about this project. Many, many questions. The water discharge into Biscayne Bay. Do we have the capacity to clean the water effectively? Or are we going to secure before we spend another dime an exemption from those standards? I think not. The issue of outfalls. Have we secured the necessary outfalls as of today? I don't believe we have. The gentleman who's talked about the covenant with the citizens with regards to Harbor Park. And when we purchased Harbor Park as a park, not as a pump station, I think it was Mr. Simon who came before you last meeting and talked about that. And that putting a pump there was breaking a covenant with the citizens of Key Biscayne. Finally, the administration has proposed to use the state revolving loans fund for financing of this project. If I recall correctly, the administration has said that it's $20 million is basically for a couple of years would come from that pot. Now, let me tell you something about that because I know that fund extremely well. I secured money from that fund for 3 different municipalities, and I got the payments waived for one municipality, particularly West Miami. That is a line item in the state budget, and I'll share that line item with you. I didn't bring it to you. And that line item ranges from $80 to $100 million a year. Do you realistically believe that Key Biscayne is going to get 20% of a statewide line item that is from municipalities from Pahokee to Panama City and from Ocala to Opelika? Do you truly believe that we're going to get 20% of that pot for 2 years in a row? I think not. Finally, I want to thank all of you for your work. I know this is difficult, but I think that this right decision needs to be made. And the right decision is let's take a pause. Let's examine what we're doing. Let's really know if we can afford the project and if this is the right project. And please, let's proceed with the undergrounding of utilities as a separate project so we can move forward. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you. Next speaker, George Mendia.
Good evening, everyone. George Mendia, 111 Island Drive. I will be changing the tone of this conversation a little bit, Ed. So I think all of us agree that something has to be done, right? Nobody's disputing that today, but there are people that will tell you that nothing needs to be done. My concern with what you're proposing, Ed, is the pause. I don't understand what a pause means. It's not defined. Is it a day? Is it a month? Is it a year? Is it 10 years? I think that the concept of getting a second opinion as a physician makes absolute sense. If you're not happy with what you're being offered, go find something else. I do think that what you're asking is a little too specific. You know, if I was going to ask somebody for a second opinion, I want them to give me a second opinion on what we're doing now, not just on the 3 specific things you speak of. And I want to make sure that we compare apples to apples. So whatever they might come up with has to compare to what's being proposed and has to have a cost. You don't mention cost. This is all about dollars. We're only talking about this tonight because the dollar got higher than we wanted it to. If it was $50 million, except for Ed, the rest of you would be voting for it. As far as the pause, we have a little experience with pausing a project. And Joe will remember 24 years ago, we were at the 11th hour of getting ready for the community center. And a group of well-intentioned people came up and decided that they didn't want a community center. And they were very loud. They were very concerned. The reasons will sound familiar to you. Some just didn't think that we needed a community center. Some thought that it was just going to be too large, what we would now call over-designed. And others said that we just could not afford a community center, that it would bankrupt us. Those were the arguments. At that time, Mayor Rasco put together a community center advisory board. And we sat, there were 7 people in favor, 7 against. And we talked over every little aspect of that project, from the 20 years it took to get to where we were and what was being proposed. At the end, we compromised. And we came back with a project. We downsized the community center. We got rid of some areas that would have been wonderful, but we felt it was important to try to get everybody on board and work behind this project. Did we save any money by doing that? No. And because it's been expanded 2 more times since then to accommodate us, and there's a 3rd expansion coming, it probably cost us a lot more money to have made it smaller at the time. What seemed like a good idea cost us money. Did it achieve the political end of getting everybody behind it? No, we had an election that was based on one issue, which was you're for or against the community center. Similar to the election we just had, where 2 people were against, wanted to pause, and everybody else wanted to go forward. And the electorate told you what they wanted. They wanted to go forward. It was simple. Did that end the discussion about the community center? No. The minute the 5 new members that were in favor of the community center started working on it, a referendum came. Obviously, the referendum lost. We have a community center. But I think we learned what pausing did. It didn't do anything at all for us. So I'm happy that you want to get that second opinion, Ed. Want to make sure that we compare apples to apples, that whatever they come up with has to tell us, is this going to be good enough for the year 2070 like we're planning? Or do we need to decide that we're going to go to 2050 as a project? When we were talking about the 2-inch versus the 1-inch, if we actually make a project that's 50% smaller in capacity and level of service, does that cut the cost 50%? I don't think so. I think you can end up with a 20% decrease in cost. So it actually makes more sense to make sure that you're doing something that will last the 40 years and not just 20. So those are my thoughts. Good luck to you. I truly appreciate it. And for those of you who have been personally, the majority of us are with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road, Key Biscayne. There's no one that cares more about resiliency and sustainability than me in Key Biscayne. I assure you of that. There might be some that care as much as I do, but none more than me. So whenever I hear people say, oh, you don't want to do anything about our resiliency, that's an absolute non-truth, okay? I absolutely do want to do the right thing for our resiliency. With all due respect to George, let's forget about the community center. Let's talk about what we're talking about here, which is the big dig, okay? At no and I want to correct Ms. Buttrick, because I don't want anybody to have a misconception. At no time have the residents of the village of Key Biscayne voted in favor of this project. What we voted in favor of in our last election or 2 elections ago was in favor of a bonding process, a type of borrowing that we could do for certain resiliency projects. I voted in favor of that. My video was posted online. I was gung-ho for it. If I was to be asked today whether I would vote for it again, I'm not sure that I would, because now I realize that with a project like this, where a lot of the council members really don't understand the science and the math and the engineering behind it, some people with experts and 2 or 3 or 4 people that come and talk to you straight, they'll convince you that this is the way to go. And, you know, it's not your fault. You have no one else telling you otherwise. I wish I could spend an hour with you. I think I would convince you of a lot of other things. So anyway, what I stand for and what I've tried to make everybody believe is that we have already, oh, by the way, one thing that we did vote in favor of when we voted for the bond was in favor of a particular master plan that already existed, that had been prepared by a company called EAC Consulting Inc., that was prepared during the time that I was a council member. That master plan was sitting on our shelf, and it was the only thing in the Village of Key Biscayne's shelf when we voted for the bonding initiative, okay? So we were voting based upon what we had at that time, which was the EAC plan. And I strongly support that we go back to that EAC plan, that we open it up again, that we make it up to date, and that we follow what it does, because it is almost verbatim what we're doing in the Garden District. So logic, reason, financial responsibility requires that we do the proper due diligence. What does that mean? Well, let's bring our present system up to optimum maintenance. Let's repair 6 different areas in our lines that go between the catch basins that we know have clogged, are clogged. 6 different areas. So if we fix those 6 different areas, our system's gonna work a lot better than it's been working, okay? And then we might consider doing what EAC was suggesting that we do, which is apply certain, shallow injection wells in certain areas, like the K through 8, which is one of the places that does flood a little bit more than others, and we would fix the problem there. We put 2 shallow injection wells there for $2 million, and we're done. That place is no longer going to flood. So, by the way, we have no idea how much this is going to cost. The last time we talked about it was $88 million, but we don't know how much it's going to cost to comply with the new Dade County, permeability and clean water ordinance. We don't know that. They haven't come up with that. As a matter of fact, they've mentioned a couple of times something that really, really concerns me, and that it should concern you, that they're thinking about getting an exemption from complying with the new ordinance. Let me tell you something. I think, and I think everybody in this village thinks that the life of Biscayne Bay is worth a heck of a lot more than me wetting my feet every time it rains. Okay? So do not allow our administration to go for an exemption from the requirements of that new ordinance.
Okay, you want to wrap up?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. We should go with undergrounding 100%. Please, we should have started last year or 2 years ago. I don't understand why we haven't done it. Now our manager wants to stop that because he wants to use the money from undergrounding in order to finance the big dig. No, don't do that. Let's go with undergrounding. And one last thing. I would not vote in favor of Mr. Vasquez's ordinance. There's no reason to tie your hands on this. It might turn out that you won't be able to do some of the smart things that you should be doing because you agreed on that ordinance. Think about that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Vinograd.
Hi, Alexander Vinograd, 525 Hampton Lane. First of all, thank you, council members, for your service and for opening up this Florida discussion and everyone's opinions. I think it's both sides have been heavily debated already today. I just wanted to basically come and speak from a bit more from experience. I've been a resident of Key Biscayne for about 10 years. I've been visiting since I'm a teenager. I wasn't here when many of you were for like Hurricane Andrew. I've lived through my own hurricanes in Mexico. But I'm here to talk more about like daily life, what we experience living, I'm on the corner of McIntyre, block from the public school. What my neighbors and I experience, when there's just a regular rainstorm, we get pretty flooded within like a matter of hours. Water, I live in a remodeled Mackle, like water comes straight through to my door. I've had water seep through the bottom of the house up to my children's rooms. Our power lines are down continuously. We had an electrical fire across the street this year. We've had gardeners that have gotten electrocuted. The cables are hanging, pagers for kids. And I share the sentiment of a lot of my neighbors that, I understand that maybe flooding has been an ongoing situation here, but there's days where I can't leave my house because the water is so high. I've lost a car. Last year I lost a utility vehicle. It got flooded. I've had to replace my golf cart, my batteries twice, even when I was living in the tower, sorry. So I don't know. For us, obviously we have a vested interest in this resiliency plan moving forward. But I also think that hundreds and hundreds of people do. I understand the cost is high, it's severe, and I understand why people want to pause and kick the can down the road until it's properly researched and such. But I've read through it. I think it can be done in strats. Just from a personal view, I do think it's important that we don't kick it down the line. That it is addressed. That it's done at least. In some sort of organized fashion, that's it. I know it's not a popular opinion, but appreciate the chance to speak from you today.
Thank you for your opinion. Louisa Conway.
Good evening, Council. Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon Boulevard. I'm here, obviously, to just speak in favor of Ed's motion to pause. With that being said, I actually wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Key Biscayne taxpayers, all 7,500 of them, for actually making the investment in a stormwater system. All the discussion here forgets the investment that the people of Key Biscayne have made. Because we hear all about the big dig, and then we forget what we've done as a community. And I was doing some research on this, and it's really amazing. So there was some form of drainage system on this island that dates back to the 60s. I bought here in 2005. And I'm glad I did, because I bought into a community with forward-thinking citizens. And from the time you got incorporated in 1991, in 1993, this village put together its first major stormwater plan. And then from there, it continued all the way up until 2015, when it really implemented a village-wide stormwater system. And this community does not get the credit it deserves, because a lot of the other communities are not doing what Key Biscayne is doing. And we're having this discussion because, again, we're looking to improve the system. But the questions that I have is, as we've been coming up through the years, improving the current stormwater system that we have, we go to 2019 with the former village manager, Andrea Agar. She came before council. She asked to increase the stormwater utility fees, which were increased. It's on your bill. And those fees were increased so that we could continue to maintain, improve, and upgrade the village's stormwater maintenance system. In that fund, it's an enterprise fund, we collect between 1.8 million to 2.2 million, and Ben can give you the accurate numbers, per year. So my question is, what happened with the money that we've been paying as taxpayers to improve what we have? We've gone down this road. I've heard Lucho and others make the argument. Let's look at the system that we have. Let's see the capacity that we have. I looked at the maps. We built out like 17 outfalls, but they may be filled with silt. We haven't been doing the proper maintenance, from what I gather, over the years. And I don't think it's a bad idea to hear from some of the residents that have lived here a long time that have asked us to go ahead and do some of this maintenance. Let's see what the capacity is for the system that we have, because we have actually installed pump systems. We've done a lot of work. It's incredible the amount of work that the village has done, and all the former council members and councils have undertaken this task, and now it's before you guys. But the issue that I have is, you haven't answered for us as a community or validated to us why you want to rip out the system that we have. We've been paying for it. We're still paying for it, Steve. But you haven't come to us and told us why you are proposing to get rid of it. And I think that's the question that a lot of people have. I appreciate Ed London's diligence to ask these questions about the system, and Brett when he was here, because that's the questions that we have. I don't think anyone in this room is opposed to protecting property on this island. But what we don't have answers to is why this big dig. How you went in April from 30 million to January, now phase one, $100 million. And then the other thing you've never addressed, in 2015, the village did do upgrades and drainage improvement to the K through 8 center. We don't talk about that. Nobody talks about that. So I think we need to pause. We need to go back and see what we've done, what's working, and what we may need to improve. And the other thing is, if you would please, the residents asked for a report several months ago about our current system, and that the administration was going to get back to the residents. We haven't seen it. And my last question before I leave, and this is for the village attorney, I think we as a community have a right to know, does this, if they move forward with this project, does this go to referenda? Thank you very much.
All right, Mike Davey.
Harvard. Mike Davey, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. I want to thank your families for putting up with this, okay? Because they're the ones. Somebody said, actually it was Ann Tainter, she's the smartest one in the room. You all are here, you get the glory, but your families have to put up with the nonsense. I'm here to talk about Ed's motion. Ed and I have spoken, I think I've spoken to all of you about the project. Look, this thing's been going on. I'm a newbie relatively. Moved here in 2003. I wasn't here for Andrew, so I think I can never be a key rat. But we've been going through this over and over, and I know I'm a broken record, but we keep having people come up and say it's too expensive. We don't know what the expense is yet. We know this is going to be expensive, and it may be beyond our capabilities. But the fact is, we need to get to a point where we have a design, a full design, to put out to bid to figure out what we're doing. I know, Ed, I know you and I have this conversation all the time. I love you anyway. I think you've got some great ideas. I think the percolation is a great one. I think looking at the technology, Brett Moss brought up to me, let's look at the technology. Do we need to do everything now, or can we put some things off in the future? I don't know the answer. That's why we do hire experts. But you need to keep moving forward. I don't think a pause is a good idea at this time. I think we need to go through with the design. We should have it by June, I believe, is when we should have the full 100% design. And then we can start talking about, all right, is this realistic, or do we have to just dial it all back? We do have other projects. I mean, if everybody remembers, I was on council in 2006. Okay, we were talking about the village stormwater system back then. We were talking about undergrounding before I even got on council. We've been fighting to do that. I agree with Councilmember Bracken. Let's get that moving. We need to do undergrounding. That's a critical feature in this community, and we need to make it happen. But we can't put a pause on this. If we do, we're not going to get back on track. You're going to lose all the traction you've got on this, and it's going to be money down the drain, to what Mr. Stern said. I know, I understand that. You're going to disagree with me. That's fine. I implore you, let's get forward. Let's keep moving. I agree with, let's look for every cost-cutting opportunity we have, but flooding is an existential threat on this island. Shoreline protection, undergrounding, and stormwater. We've got to do them all. We need the money for them all. So let's get the full plan. Let's understand what we're talking about, and then let's see where we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Next item.
No, hold on. That one. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back, and let's deal with this.
The next item,
Hold on.
We have unique abilities people that want to speak.
Yeah, I know.
And I asked them to come because
Okay, this is it right here.
Kiara?
No, Elise.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
the next item, Mr. Mayor, is,
let me go back.
oh,
I want to get Elise Binhack to come up. Okay.
Good evening, Chiara Bergonzi, 798 Crandon Boulevard, apartment number 8. I'm from the Board of Disability. And
Okay, you got to speak a little closer.
Yes.
So that everybody can hear you.
And we are here this evening to suggest you a name change of the Board of Disability. The Unique Ability Board, we want to do it, we want to suggest to do it Disability Board.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Elise Binhack, 772 Ridgewood Road. So good evening to the mayor, council members. I am the current secretary for the new Unique Abilities Advisory Board. I'd like to begin by thanking Nancy Stoner for volunteering to be our council liaison, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward. Thank you. So I am here to weigh in today on the required ordinance that has been requested to change the committee name from the Unique Abilities Advisory Board to the Key Biscayne Disabilities Advisory Board. So terms like differently abled, handy, capable, unique abilities are very often considered condescending to the disability community. By shying away from mentioning disability, we reinforce the notion that disability is something to be ashamed of. Using the title Unique Abilities undermines the seriousness of this board. It is a euphemism that downplays the reality of disability. Our board must set the standard in using language that directly and respectfully acknowledges disability without sugarcoating it. So this is the reason that the board, we unanimously approved the motion to make the name change. So that's the background.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Liaison, can you talk
Yes.
to the item real quick?
Yes, I would like to commend you for making the announcements that you have. I did a little research myself. Language does play an important role in our society, and we must be mindful of the way our words can bring us together or divide us. Misunderstanding that dis has a negative connotation has led to a proliferation of these euphemisms that you referred to. Dis means not something negative, but another way of being. The members of the disability community experience very real barriers. Discrimination cannot and should not be swept under the rug of comforting euphemisms. Though they are well-intended, they perpetuate discrimination. The disability community has spoken. They would prefer the name change, and I do move, and if it may be appropriate later in the evening, that the ordinance that created the Unique Abilities Advisory Board, the name be changed, and that we amend the ordinance to call it the Disabilities Advisory Board. And thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you. Chad, what's procedure needed to go next steps here?
So as we've done in the past with other boards where name changes have come up, we can bring back a simple ordinance, just replacing the name as Councilmember Stoner suggested.
Okay.
So do you mean to second that motion?
She has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councilmember Stoner for bringing this up. It's an education for me. I also read, there's different perspectives, right? Some people were suggesting that the use of disabilities might focus on the negative, but in actuality, it is not. It's something to be celebrated. We are who we are, and we all have abilities. And so I want to thank the board for bringing it up. I want to thank Councilmember Stoner for educating me further on this and giving a different perspective. And this is how this works. Thank you.
All those in
There
favor?
is an element of sensitivity training often in life. This particular insight is interesting to me. Came as somewhat of a surprise, but I appreciate the opportunity to be sensitized how other people see things. One practical question that occurred to me has to do with our district commissioner, who was interested in the formulation of this committee, and I think who might have had a hand in its naming. And
I reached out to her,
Okay, good.
and she's fine with it.
okay,
All right,
Great.
okay,
excellent.
Thank you.
ready to go.
Okay, on the motion before us?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
What I want to do is I want to blitz really fast through the very little that we have so that then we can get into the two mayor and council members' requests that are going to take a little bit of time. So let's see if we can get everything done real quick.
We were going to set the agenda.
Move.
Wait, approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Move to set the agenda.
There's a 7G, I'd like to be deferred. It's a presentation to April.
Yes. That's also been taken care of. We presented the proclamation, some of you were there, to Mr. Baroto, as well received by the whole community.
Anything else?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item
7A,
is a special presentation, Sunsetting Winter Concert Advisory Committee.
Todd,
I'll give you the.
remember you're on blitz mode now.
Yes. So the board was created in 2011 with the charter, shall be limited to evaluating and recommending to the village council performers to the winter concerts. They did that. We worked with them for a little while, but once we got the concert series up and running, we've been taking comments and suggestions from everybody involved. And so the board has stopped meeting. This shall serve as their final report to council, and the board shall be considered sunset.
Okay, any questions on this? Seeing none, motion to sunset the Winter Concert Advisory Committee.
Ed move, I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is an advisory board annual progress report, the Sustainability Advisory Board.
Okay, so we have sustainability. Glenn did parks and open spaces, right, Todd?
He did athletics advisory board.
He did athletics and just,
I'll give you parks and open space.
okay. Okay.
Please bear with me. I haven't used a PC in a couple of years. All right, well, I'll just leave it as is. Good evening, Mayor, council members, manager. My name is Derek DeSoglu. I'm the chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board. We gave our last report about a year ago in February of 2024. We have a couple of recommendations, so again, I will go through this pretty quick. Over the past year, we've had a total of 12 meetings. We're on a pretty good pace. We do one every 3 to 4 weeks, which is fantastic. We do have 2 new board members. You'll see those in the slides coming up. We also have a new council liaison. And we had several fantastic technical presentations from some people within the community that I'd like to share, and we have some recommendations moving forward. So this is our board. As you know, we have a new liaison, which is Councilmember Bracken. Attended the first meeting that we had 2 Mondays ago and provided some fantastic insight. And then also we had a new board appointee, 2 new board appointees, sorry. One is Elena Iturralde with Zero Waste Culture, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And also is Karen Futternick, who's actually here present tonight. So thank you for your support. All right, so recommendations cover 5 main areas for this coming year. First and foremost is recycling. We know that this is something that the board has been exceptionally passionate about for the past year and a half we've been meeting. Not only that, but members of the community. We also want to talk about greening events, which there's an overlap with what happens with Parks and Recreation, calming circles, impact fees as they regard to transportation with large vehicles, and also local experts summit. So I'll go ahead and I'll start with the first one, which is recycling. As you all know, we have our contract coming up this summer. And one of the things that we would like to recommend is that the contract be modified to focus on 3 key specific items only. Our goal is to really improve the efficiency at which we're recycling. Many of you I know attended the recycling excursion that was set up a couple of months ago to the material recovery facility. And we were made aware that contamination rates are as high as 38%. So that being said, when massive amounts of going into the single stream really makes it difficult for us to fine-tune the recycling process. So the 3 items that we're looking to focus on are cardboard, steel and aluminum, and number 1, plastics. As you all know, there's a slew of different types of plastics. The information that we've gathered from the people at the facility say that the number 1 are the easiest to recycle and they tend to be the most common. So we would like to make a recommendation for those 3 items to be at the forefront of the revision for the contract that's coming up this summer. Regarding the calming circles, I know it's been a topic of discussion. The one on Fernwood and Westwood is up for renewal, hopefully. We had 3 fantastic presentations that were facilitated by Karen back in December, the list of which these people and their companies are provided here within this document. Number 1 was Jessica. She works with Ferguson Waterworks, and essentially they're a broker of materials that are used for green-gray infrastructure projects. The other gentleman, Patrick Shear, is with RES, Resource Environmental Solutions. His company was the one that's responsible for the project that's currently going on with the Jose Marti Park right in the Miami River. A lot of interesting work going on there. And then the other one is Walter Mayer, who's with Local Design. If you're familiar, which I'm sure many of you are, the massive project that was undertaken on Miracle Mile when they redid that was his firm that did that. So one of the things that we're recommending is, as a case study, to potentially think about talking with these people, getting together with them, seeing what they recommend in terms of best practices, starting with the calming circle, and then seeing if there's potential to expand that beyond, for example, when Harbor Drive is redone. Number 3, green events. This is a low-hanging fruit. A few years ago, when I was doing the consulting for the villages, we implemented a program to do green business certification to get the local businesses involved. This is a great way to do that with our vendors. We've already created a comprehensive checklist that's being circulated through the board right now before being presented to you. But again, this is something that we're passionate about, and we think that there can be a big impact in kind of setting the standard for what the vendors would have to do and the thresholds they'd have to meet in order to participate. I know you can't bar somebody from participating, 100%, but at least maybe offer some incentives to them. Maybe it's a reduced registration fee, maybe it's a label or a certification, or if it's recognition in the newspaper or through social media. But I think it's a wonderful opportunity to really reduce the impact that we have in the community, and also a fantastic opportunity for educational awareness for the residents. Number 4, we would love your assistance in this. This was brought up at the last meeting that we had 2 weeks ago. We would love to host a local expert summit, because we know that there are similar boards to the SAB within other communities, and we tend to have our perspectives based on our experience here in the Key, and people are subject matter experts. But what we would love to do is have a summit with these other organizations to see how they're addressing some of the similar issues, if they've had success, if they've gotten through grant programs, if they are heavily involved with the community, or if it's simply by volunteer. All those kind of things we want to bring to light. So we really create this comprehensive living library of what our best practices are, and we would like your assistance in setting that up. There are a number of committees, but I did list 4 here. You have City of Miami Beach, which has a sustainability committee. City of South Miami has a green task force. City of Coral Gables and SAB as well. And the City of Miami has a climate resilience committee. Finally, last thing, impact fees. As you all know, and this has been a big topic of discussion with the roundabouts, we have these big dump trucks or these big construction trucks coming in, and it's completely destroying what's happening with the infrastructure, not to mention what's happening with the swales and the grass in front of homes. If you have a new project and you lay sod, and then another truck comes in and happens to park there, and maybe there's been a rain event, it's completely destroyed. So one of the things we're recommending is potentially integrating impact fees through the construction project in order to mitigate where these would be specifically earmarked for projects related to roads and enhancement and maintenance. And that is it for the recommendations. Does anybody have any questions?
I wanted to ask you when we were together the other day, with respect to your prioritization and recycling, newspapers, papers. What's the thinking?
So one of the things that we heard when we did the site facility is that paper tends to get mixed. And yes, they can recycle paper, but it's not one specific type of paper. You have laminated paper, you have the windows on the plastic, on envelopes, you have different thicknesses and consistencies. And honestly, it's not a moneymaker for the material recovery facility. Yes, they'll absolutely do it, and we can do it. But one of the things through discussions that we've had is we've identified the 3 main areas that are most applicable to where they can recover revenue. And that tends to be the cardboard, the steel and aluminum, and the #1 plastics.
Okay.
Derek, what's calming circles?
The traffic circles.
I know, but what are you gonna do there? What are you gonna do to them?
Well, one of the things that we'd like to look into is alternate materials. I know that there's been a big issue with the pavers. Also, what's happening with the vegetation in the middle. If you take the one on Mashta, for example, there used to be some lush vegetation there, and now there's only a light fixture and a stump. So again, with these people, these subject matter experts looking into that mix of green-gray infrastructure where we can look at sustainable materials, something that will require less maintenance, something that's more robust, while also offering the service that we need from that calming circle, but to do it in a sustainable and resilient fashion.
What does blue-gray mean?
Green-gray.
Excuse me, green-gray.
So when you deal with surface, for example, if you're simply paving, you have an impervious material, doesn't allow for drainage of anything like that nature. Pavers, depending on how they're installed, you will have drainage to some extent, but then you also have settling. So you have issues with unevenness in the pavers, which can lead to incidents with the vehicles. So again, dealing with best practices in terms of material and also design to facilitate what's needed in terms of the resilient side for drainage, for example, while still maintaining structural integrity of the physical calming circle.
Thank you.
A quick thing on the traffic circles as well. Have you guys, sometimes traffic circles are great to slow down, but sometimes they also slow down fire trucks and other emergency vehicles. And sometimes they're designed so they can drive over them. Have you taken that into consideration?
Again, this is very preliminary.
No, I know.
We
Just a suggestion to consider that.
Absolutely, we'll
and
consider
maybe
it.
speak with our emergency.
Sure thing.
Response group.
Good recommendation.
I think your idea of a summit is fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Smart.
That was the board.
As far as the recycling, I understand cardboard, aluminum, no brainer, very easy to separate, understand. People are educated on what cardboard looks like and what aluminum looks like.
Yes.
#1, plastics. There must be some kind of supplemental plan for education on how
Yes.
to identify those plastics.
Yes.
Okay.
A few months back, we came up with a very comprehensive infographic that targets all kinds of recyclables, but now with this recommendation for these 3, we're gonna go back and revise that. We had some fantastic feedback from Roland on also adding a more comprehensive educational component, not just saying like this is this, but also to include, purchasing possibilities also to reduce those. So that's going to be redone, and once we have that, that will also be brought back to council.
My understanding as well is that the county currently is working on an education curriculum and working with the school board.
Yes.
To try to include it into the curriculum, because I think we all can agree that if our kids come home and say, "Dad, I want to compost," you're going to compost.
Agreed.
And so the future is with our kids.
Yes.
And so if we can do something that's easily be relatable to them, that would be fantastic as well.
Sure thing. And that, again, that also ties into what we're recommending for the greening of the events, to offer that opportunity for outreach and education.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we gotta move on.
Thank you very much.
The way, wait just a second.
Sure.
The way this needs to work is your liaison, you work with them, and then the liaison then works with administration so that then something can come back to us as a board after you've massaged it and brought it along. So that would be my suggestion is we'll accept the report and between the liaison and yourselves, you identify maybe one or two things that we could start working on and then perhaps bring it back as a motion, as an item. No?
Absolutely. And we have our next meeting in 2 weeks, so we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Mayor,
much.
If I could, for just a couple seconds, and this communication with the SAB and the administration is very good, and I think we work very well together.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Want to deal real quickly, 7F?
Yes, STARS Inclusive Program presentation given by Elton Aguilera.
And Todd, you worked on this?
Let's give you a quick intro, very quick before
Yes.
he jumps in. Elton's with Stars. They run our Beacon of Hope camp, our Beacon of Hope excursions, and our our holiday camps and our no school day camps. They're a part of our inclusion and disability activities that we've ramped up dramatically. And if you've ever been there on a Saturday and seen what they do, it's a 2-to-1 ratio dealing with these individuals. They do amazing work, and it's a privilege to have us in their community. And with that, I'll hand it over.
Good evening, honorable council members of the Village of Key Biscayne. My name is Elton Aguilera, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about a mission that is deeply personal to me and important to the work we do at STARS Miami. We believe in a simple and yet powerful truth. Autism doesn't mean can't. This belief shapes everything we do as we strive to create a more inclusive and accepting world for individuals with autism and related disabilities. STARS Miami is more than just a program, it's a family, a movement, and the Key Biscayne Beacon of Hope program plays an instrumental role for children and families on your beautiful island and is a symbol of acceptance and inclusion and hope across South Florida. Our mission is rooted deep within the core of principles of autism acceptance and inclusion for all. We envision a world where every child, regardless of ability, has the opportunity to thrive, to belong, and to achieve their full potential. Autism doesn't mean can't. When we say autism doesn't mean can't, we're not just talking about possibilities, we're talking about redefining them. Too often society underestimates the capabilities of individuals with autism. At STARS Miami, we counter those doubts with action. We provide a safe and supportive and accommodating environment where children can participate in recreational activities, sports, arts, and camps. We empower children to overcome self-doubt and celebrate their individuality. We foster resilience, not just in our children we serve, but in the families, creating a community where they feel supported, valued, and embraced. The Beacon of Hope program is a bi-weekly, 3-hour-long camp that hosts children of all needs to participate in recreational music, sports, and art. The Beacon of Hope program has also hosted winter camp, has taken children on field trips to the movies, Key Biscayne Police, and the Key Biscayne Fire Departments. The children and families from the Village of Key Biscayne have embraced the Beacon of Hope program, and registration has hit capacity. The movement and Beacon of Hope wouldn't be possible without the Key Biscayne Parks and Recreational Department, which has been instrumental in bringing inclusion to life in the community. Key Biscayne is setting an example by making inclusion a priority in its Parks and Recreational program, and has become a model for other recreational programs to follow. A special acknowledgement goes out to Todd and to Rich Perez from the Key Biscayne Parks and Rec. Rich's dedication and vision, without him knowing, has made him a champion in the inclusive community of Key Biscayne. He is making Key Biscayne a more welcoming and accessible community for all. Our work at Stars Miami, bolstered by communities like Key Biscayne, is creating a ripple effect of acceptance and inclusion. When we provide opportunities for children of autism to shine, we don't just change lives, we change the lives of everyone around them. Teachers become more understanding. Classmates learn empathy and acceptance. Communities grow stronger through diversity. Every time we see a child accomplish something they once thought was impossible, we're reminded of the importance of this mission. Every time we see a family find the community they would belong, we are inspired to keep going. But this mission we cannot accomplish alone. We need your support, your voices, and your commitment to spreading the message that autism doesn't mean can't. If you're a parent, encourage your children to participate in inclusive activities. If you're a community leader, advocate for more programs, resources for special needs families. And if you're looking for ways to make a difference, partners with organizations like STARS, It Takes a Village, and communities like Key Biscayne to create spaces where everyone belongs. Together, we could build a world where autism, acceptance, and inclusion are not just ideas, but realities. A world where every child, regardless of their abilities, has a chance to shine.
Can you wrap up, Elton?
Yes, sir. As I close, I want to thank Key Biscayne for its unwavering support for all you do for being here today. Stars Miami is honored to be a part of the community and understands the value of inclusion and importance of empowering every child who wants to reach for the stars. We want to thank Key Biscayne Parks and Rec, Key Biscayne Police, Key Biscayne Fire Department, It Takes a Village, Weekend PE, and Mind and Melody. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you. This is really great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've started to work with the community center through Todd and through that staff, and this is already ongoing, is that?
Yeah, we're in year 2.
Okay, year 2, all right. And Nancy, I don't, does this fall under, can we make this tent a little bit bigger so that we can?
Are you familiar with this program? And you work together?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We know of each other.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Great, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for this.
Mr. Mayor, the Parks and Open Spaces Board progress report, or end of year report.
Good evening.
7B, number 2.
The jurisdiction of the Parks and Open Space Board is studying, evaluating, and making recommendations to the Village Council regarding the acquisition of land primarily for parks and recreational purposes. Since that's their sole purpose, they are convened when an opportunity is available and needs to be researched. The most recent instance when this took place was last spring, when the board moved that the Village Council considering the purchase of 200 Harbor Drive as a Bayfront Park. If opportunity is found in the future, they'll be convened, they'll do their research, they'll do their due diligence and make a recommendation to the Village Council.
Okay, who heads up this board?
Pat, Pat's last name is
Wyman?
Romano?
What's that?
Romano?
Pat Romano is the chair.
Okay. So, yeah, next time, let's get Pat up here.
Okay.
All right.
The next item is a presentation of a proclamation for architect and resident.
No, we already did that.
Okay.
The whole board knows that we spoke about it already.
Okay, the next item is the consent agenda.
Move. I want to pull both items.
I'm sorry, what was the second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Just like, I guess, Chad, how is these resolutions going to affect the agreements we have?
I'm sorry, may I read the title?
Oh, sorry.
You wanted to pull it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an amendment to the Resilient Florida Grant Agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP, for the Zone 1 K8 Stormwater Basin Resilient Infrastructure Improvements Project, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Explanation.
Chad?
I think Colleen might be in the best position
Okay.
to explain. This was a request from FDP, and she's been in discussions directly with them on it. So.
Yes, they requested that we amend our grant agreement to include an implementation task. Previously, it was just design and permitting. They reviewed that scope and said that the state statute actually requires that we have a portion of that funding go towards constructing something. So the next task would be a small portion of the full grant would go towards implementing a component of Zone 1. If we complete design of Zone 1, we'd still get $700,000, but there's the remainder that would be put towards an implementation portion. This is a positive thing, though, because now that we are technically a continuing project, we will be scored differently. We will have a different application process for Resilient Florida. We will be kind of put above other applications as a continuing project. So it's a win-win, but they just needed a little bit of the money that we originally awarded to go into an implementation component.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
If we, this is to get reimbursed for monies we've already spent?
We've spent a
On
portion
design?
we've spent a portion of this money, yes.
Okay, and then if we end up not proceeding on construction, we simply wouldn't get that grant, is that correct?
My understanding is that if we don't complete construction, that task 2, then we would forfeit the 130 some that's
Just
the,
the portion
right,
allocated
yes.
to
So
the
we can
construction.
get, exactly, we can
Right.
get
Right.
reimbursed on a task by task basis.
Right, so
Yeah.
we don't have to, it's not an all or nothing thing.
Right.
Okay.
Correct, yeah, so now just a little bit has been put towards construction, but the majority is still with design.
Tony, does it specify what capacity that we're gonna discharge of water in order to get the grant?
It specifies that we're going to put a pump station.
But to specify how many
It
gallons
doesn't
or-
specify
or
CFS,
cubic
no.
feet per second it's gonna pump?
No, it doesn't specify CFS, it just
Thank you.
specifies
Okay,
conveyance and
good.
things, yeah.
When you,
All right.
Colleen, when you say a pump station, you mean a physical pump station?
We
It can't be a
included the word pump station in the grant, yeah.
Okay, so it can't be a pump, it has to be a physical pump.
I don't know how you do a pump
Station's
without a
how you
pump
define it.
station.
Okay, yeah, okay, so you got it, okay, fine.
Yeah.
We'll let the lawyers figure that one out.
Okay. Further discussion on the item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 5-4, Standards for Maintenance and Appearance of Property upon which construction or demolition is being performed of the Village Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the item? On ordinance for standards, I call to open the public hearing as required. Public hearing is open. Seeing none come forward, public hearing is closed. Just a real quick report as to
Sure.
what we're doing so that we can
Good
go
evening.
forward.
Jeremy Karras-Gauger, Director of Building, Zoning, and Planning. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and comment on this and the next ordinance, which is coming up
Okay.
because they are related. So we had provisions for fencing requirements on private property during construction in 2 different sections of the code. We're actually removing it from the zoning ordinance and consolidating it in Section 5, which is where it really belongs for property maintenance standards. And we're making sure this applies to all properties, not just single-family and 2-family homes, and that the requirement is uniformly 6 feet fencing with visual screening.
Questions? Seeing no questions,
Did we-
you
did
want to
we-
read the
One-
9B?
One question. Did we deal with the condition of the fence being maintained properly, vertically?
We have that covered in section 5 already.
Good, okay. Can we read the second one in, Chad, and take them both at the same time? Or you need to do them separately?
Yeah, you have to have a roll call vote anyways, and you'd have to have another public hearing, so you might as well just deal with this one.
Okay, let's do it.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on second reading of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, deleting Section 30-39 Appearance of Structures and Sites Under Construction of the Village Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I open the public hearing on 9B. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. On the item before us, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
The next item is an ordinance on second reading of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 1-2 Rules of Construction and Definitions to create a definition for the term publication and comprehensively amending and revising the Village Code of Ordinances to allow village advertisements and legal notices to be published in any manner permitted under Florida law, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Who seconded?
Second.
Moved
you.
and seconded. Item is properly before us. Item on second reading. Public hearing is now open. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. Any questions?
I would just like to, and I'm not sure of the manner of doing this, to assure that we can also post these notices locally.
Is that included?
Locally, you mean like
Local publications.
publication? That's something that you can direct the clerk to continue to provide a courtesy notice locally, if you want to direct the clerk to do that.
So does it need to be in the,
No, you can
Okay.
give that direction to the clerk.
okay,
The idea of this was really, I mean, this is where all the governments around Florida are moving towards, and it's something that we have an agreement with the county already to do it, and it's going to be a significant cost savings, I think, to the village clerk in her advertising costs. But if you want to direct her to publish in a newspaper locally, she can do that.
We did deal with the website. It's in the
yeah,
ordinance.
but I think some of the local publications reach more people than we realize, and they're depended on by more people than we realize.
Do we have to vote on that?
Really a policy.
I think it's a policy that I see consensus for, that we continue because we've been doing it, so maybe, not.
Do we amend this and say, in addition to this, we will continue to use local media?
I think that
They're two separate things.
we did add a new section after the last meeting that talks about additional courtesy public notice should be posted on the website. We could add something and in.
But we can do it through consensus here.
Yeah.
It is the consensus of our group here to continue to do what you've been doing, which is to put special items like that on the local newspaper. Okay?
Yeah, Mayor, and I've had a number of residents come to me and say they appreciate that as well.
Yeah, okay. Madam Clerk?
Received. Thank you. Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is a capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting CSR Heavy Construction, Inc. for design-build services related to the installation of artificial turf at the St. Agnes Athletic Field project in an amount not to exceed $1,768,827, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Second items before us. The public hearing is now open on 9D.
Good evening.
Okay.
Okay.
Seeing no one come forward, public hearing on 9D is closed. We dealt with this last time. Go ahead and give us any updates.
Yeah, so the item before you tonight remains unchanged from our last hearing, but I would like to report that the amendment to the agreement with St. Agnes has been modified to incorporate the comments that took place at our January 28th meeting, as well as some comments that came from a meeting that the manager and I had with St. Agnes. I can go through those, but I know time is of essence tonight.
I think it's important, this amount of money, we have a few minutes.
Okay. The field shall be maintained and used in accordance with the manufacturer's standards and warranties by both parties. Neither party will permit activities that are not allowed under the warranty and the use guidelines or cause extraordinary wear and tear to the facility. The village will conduct warranty maintenance on the field on a quarterly basis. Following an event or an activity that impacts the surface, the party responsible shall take the corrective action required by the warranty to restore the surface. The village will lock all the gates and secure the field after each use. The new agreement specifies that bounce houses, when placed and secured properly, are permitted on the artificial turf. And we agree that the village will install signs on the property with the rules and regulations for the use of the field.
And is it a 5-year lease or a 10-year lease?
10-year.
Do they have the right to cancel after 5?
They have a right to cancel, but the amortized payment would reimburse the village for the cost of the project.
Is it a level amortization or staggered, or is it weighted heavy in the front or back?
No, it's leveled. Straight line, month by month.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, quick question. This is a design build. Who did the design criteria for this?
Stantec.
Stantec prepared it. Are they going to certify who's going to certify it?
They're also going to be doing construction administration.
Okay, so they'll be doing inspection as well.
Yes. So
they'll guarantee you.
They did their design criteria package. They helped us through the bidding process, and the next phase of the work will be they'll be doing the inspections and making sure what they specified is getting done in the field.
And they'll sign off on the certification. Okay. Good. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yep.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, accepting a beach management funding assistance program grant from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP, for the village's beach renourishment project in the amount of $1,120,385 and approving a grant agreement related to the same, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion on the resolution? Everybody understand it? Okay, Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Great job.
All right, let's go to 12C.
Motion to immediately pause engineering and consultant work on the proposed storm sewer project and to engage consultants other than those who have worked or are working on the storm sewer project to evaluate percentage of rainwater absorbed in areas other than streets and the feasibility of using small 42-46 CFS pumps in some or all of the easements the village currently has and the resultant level of service. Councilmember London.
Thank you.
Item.
Well, basically, number one, I am for the project. I am for Zone 1. The only problem I have is we disagree on the capacity of the pumping system, which then, of course, determines the type of system we use and the cost incurred. Do we need improvement in our stormwater system? I don't think everybody would say we don't. I think everybody would say, yes, we need improvement. The question is, what do we need? And I think Lucio has brought up more than once, ad infinitum, I should say, that we should maintain the system we have. We should determine that the system is working properly. We should make sure that the six intersections or pipes that are blocked are cleaned. If they're cleaning or replaced or repaired, whatever is necessary. We've been told that it's going to take a while before we get a bid for the scoping and then the cleaning of it. I think it's something that we should be doing right away, so we will have a system that's functioning. You know, I sit up here and it's like me against the world. And I was an encyclopedia salesman. I think it was Mr. Siles said that. I gave driving a pizza truck in Penn State and became an encyclopedia salesman. And the one thing about encyclopedia salesman, you never left the house once you got in the front door, because it's door to door without a sale. Unfortunately here, it's been a little bit tougher. And it's been a little bit tougher for a number of reasons. Not that I've ever cared about things being stacked against me, because somehow or other I persevered and some done okay. And why is it stacked against me? Why are you all saying and doing what you do? Well, number one, you have the manager who meets with you individually. He brings Roland with him. He sometimes brings Mike with him, engineers, and they tell you this is what the deal should be. This is why we're doing it. This is a good thing. Obviously, I can't do that because we've governed the sunshine. And then, of course, not only does he have the staff working for him and pushing this, and he and Roland are pushing this, he also has now a PR firm. And he provides the most beautiful presentations that we get from him. Beautiful pictures, color, lovely. I mean, really terrific. The only problem is, I believe, in my opinion, it's flawed. Flawed not in what he's trying to do, not flawed in the fact that we have to have something done, flawed on the premises of what we're doing. And basically, it's not actually people talking about so much money, so much money. If we really needed it, then we'd have to spend the money. Whatever it is, 100 million, 50 million, 200, whatever it is, we'd have to spend it if we needed it, if it was required. But that's not my major problem. My problem is I don't want to waste money. And to me, what we're doing is wasting money, not spending money. So anyway, excuse me.
Ed,
Yes.
we all want to waste money too, right?
No.
Okay,
Of
thank
course
you.
not. You don't
Thank
want to
you.
waste money. You've been influenced by these engineers, by consultants, by Black and Veatch, by Roland and Steve, okay? To waste money. Not that you want to, not that you believe you are, because if you believe you are, we would never do it. So I believe you're acting in good faith. You don't think we're going to waste money. You don't waste money more than I do. There's no
Right.
doubt about that. There's no argument on that.
Thank you.
I never heard that for 1 second, okay? Then we're talking tonight, people say, well, this is a study. Maybe we should finish it. Like we heard from Mike Davies, let's get it all done. I think Gene Stern said, working drawings. This is not a study. They're going to finalize drawings, which we're then going to get bids on and move forward on, or not move forward on. We'll get bids. We might say that's a good deal, bad deal, whatever. And my point is, why go spend another $1 million or more to finish the drawings and then find out these drawings are not what we need to do Zone 1 efficiently and not waste money. And obviously, you all know where I'm coming from. I sound like a broken record. And my broken record, of course, well, the other thing is, once we're going to do this, we say financing. And I think Steve showed $88 million in the last presentation, and $59 million of that was going to come from, again, I'm going from memory, and my memory is shot, but anyway, it was from the Stormwater Revolving Fund. And as somebody brought up tonight, what's the probability of us getting that money? With all the competition, I mean, we say we're going to get it, but we have no idea that we're going to get it. We have no idea how much money is there, how much awarded to us, how many people are competing for the money. So we might get it, we might not get it. If we don't get it, that's not going to stop the project. The project costs more money, because it's a higher rate of interest. but we will get money to do the project. So I'm not concerned about it, but I don't want to be misled to believe that that is the money we're going to have. We might not, but that is not a sure thing. I hope we do, don't get me wrong, but that's not a sure thing. Financing. Now, so what's my major, again, you all heard this 15 times, problem? That's absorption. And what water is being absorbed on the properties and what water goes into the street. There's no argument about the amount of water coming out of the sky. There's no amount of water of the intensity that you're using. There's no argument, in fact, that you're shooting for a 9-inch after 1¼ hours with a 7-inch rain that happens 10 years and 24 hours. No argument on any of those things.
Let's go home. Come on.
Almost, okay? So on all those things, there's not a problem. The problem is this: how much water goes into the street? This is the major disagreement I have with Steve, Roland, the engineers, the consultants, and everybody else you're paying for. And it's obviously, if you have any eyes, you'll be able to hear for any length of time, you've seen many rains, and you see water goes into the ground. Some comes into the street, but water goes into the ground. You have to be blind, deaf, and dumb not to believe that water goes into the ground. Question is, how much water goes into the ground? Number two is, we have a zoning code, which I told you about, and everybody's agreed to, that we have to grade the properties to keep the water on your own property. And I think Jeremy confirmed that we need a 6-inch retaining wall around the property to make sure the water stays on the property. So they're all good things. So they're just observations, but the thing which really I think is disingenuous for the engineers, for Steve, for Roland, and everybody else, not intentional, especially not Steve and Roland, but we hired, I guess the condos complained a number of years ago, about 3 years ago, I think it was in 22, that they thought the method of charging the fees for the stormwater system was unfair. Because obviously they said they have their own systems, they don't use the public systems. And we said it was, it's reasonable. So we went out and hired a company called Raftellus. And they went out and they looked around and said, they're right. And they came back with a proposal. And the proposal was that 14% of the cost of the storm sewers would be borne by everybody. Common charge, we all use the roads, we all use public facilities. So 14% would be done like that. But the other 86% would be allocated based on pervious and impervious soil. And the logic made a lot of sense to everybody here. And the soil was, if you have pervious areas in your property, you're going to absorb more water than somebody has his property all paved over. And we thought that was a good idea, and we passed it, and we had a survey done. And the survey went out, and I think we have 7,000, I get my numbers here somewhere, 7,237 properties on Key Biscayne. That's taxpayer folios. A lot of them are condominiums, but of that, we now have 1,739 individual charges. 1,739 individual charges based on the amount of pervious area. And that is how we charge people. So how can we sit here in good conscience and charge people based on something we say, hey, it doesn't exist, all the water goes in the street? If that's not contradictory, I don't know what is. I mean, okay, you don't see the water staying on the property, fine. You don't look at the building code, people cheat, fine. They forgot to build retaining walls, fine. But month after month, wherever we collect the thing, we base it on the pervious area of the water absorbed into the ground, which we voted on, we collect, and that's what we do. So my whole point is at this time, one is to pause the thing, and I don't know if I'm pause it a long time, and I'm not saying don't do zone one. I'm all for doing zone one. I'm saying pause. We can do one of two things. We can get Raftellus, the surveyor people who did the work on Key Biscayne, count what is the percentage water to be absorbed by the properties and what goes into the street. Based on that, it's very simple to plug that number in. I've done it. I give you copies to see what is required in cubic feet per second to attain the level of service that you say we want. That's all I'm asking for. Then, when it comes back and say, hey, you know, we use X amount of water, 20%, 30%, 15%, that will dictate what type of system we need. Now, will everything we've done go to waste? No. AECOM has drawn the drawings. If you look at the prospective drawings, and this is in a book that Steve gave you, it's very nice, and it shows you all the gravity flowing down towards the pump station, coming out of the pump station, all the water goes what we call a wet well, which is underground swimming pool, for lack of a better word. And that swimming pool then sucked up with a pump, and it pumps the water into the bay. And that is a force main. You heard the term force main. And they're proposing 5 pumps, I think, plus 1 backup pump. Well, I would venture to say that if we went through that, and if we have absorption, like I'm telling you, there's a good chance in 20 years those pumps will be like new. Because more than likely, that 5th or 6th pump will never turn on. Because normally the way things work, again, I haven't built anything like this in, God knows, almost 50 years. But the first pump goes on. If that can't keep up with the second pump, etc. Based on the absorption, the 4th and 5th pump will never go on, even in 10 years or 20 years. So my proposal, my motion is go ahead, either get Raftellus, get somebody else other than AECOM or Black and Veatch, because they're too invested in what they've done so far. So they're biased. I'm not saying they're biased by nature, but they're biased because they're working for Steve. They're working for us. They're working for us.
Yeah, but they're dealing with Steve, and what's more, what happened was, oh, no, hold on one second, Joe. What happened was they discussed with Steve about what to do, and Steve and Roland told them to go ahead, it was a conservative thing, and don't include absorption. And that's what they did. Correct? That's what you said, you put it in writing. So that's what they did. So I'm telling you, based on that, we can come back after they get it, then they can go ahead and finish with Zone 1, and it doesn't take a long time. This can be done 30 days, 60, if that much, once we decide who to hire. And then we can move forward, and then I'll be 100% for it, because I want to see the thing done. I'm not trying to delay it. I don't want to waste a ton of money. And that's where I am.
You want me to be up?
Yep, Frank.
Okay. I'll start off. I should probably paraphrase this T-shirt. Something like opposition and disagreement can't mean can't, or something like that. It feels to me frequently during these moments that we're talking past each other. I'd really like to get a direct answer. I think it won't be for the first time to the question you raise about absorption being discounted completely. But I'll start with this. The premise that we are manipulated and myopic and have proceeded despite a dearth of due diligence and lack of study and analysis is just not correct. So I'll start with that. We just disagree about some things over a long period of time, and they include that the system isn't properly maintained, and if it was, we wouldn't have this problem. I think that has been addressed, at least to my satisfaction, factually, empirically, with credibility, and sufficiently enough to draw the conclusion that a gravity system perfectly maintained, new and integrated, which ours is not, would not stand for the problems that we're solving for in any event.
No disagreement.
I know you do. And I think another point of disagreement, we talk about
that's
this.
That's agreement, not disagreement.
Oh, we agree on that.
Yeah, we agree
Okay.
on that.
Because one of the things that we also agreed on, my friend,
Of course.
despite the fact that you raised blue-gray because you were thinking of your experience in the Civil War, when it's really green.
Revolutionary War.
When you look back, I think we agree on this too. The analysis isn't what our experience has been over the past 52 years, because we're actually projecting what's happening in the future, and we recognize, with a lot of credible empirical scientific support for the recognition, that the world has changed and is changing, and fearfully at an increasing rate of change. So the absorption and flooding characteristics that prevailed when Mark Freed was walking to school are not highly relevant to the decision tree that we've embarked on.
Excuse me, you're saying that the increase is not relevant?
No, I'm saying that the increase in rate of changes
No.
that are materially, completely, actually different than the conditions that existed in the 50s and the 60s and
argument,
the
I agree
70s.
with you.
No argument. So where we come to is this point about absorption. And this really started for me, and I think for you maybe at the same time, when Tom was not feeling quite well and he was on a Zoom call, and he said something that caused us all to be confused about how they treated absorption. One of the takeaways, and I'd really like to hear from this, responsive to the question of whether this is completely discounted or whether the projections over time, which we'll get to another disagreement, suggest that whatever the absorption capacity is now will shrink and shrink and shrink to the point of being an unreliable alternative for any percentage of water runoff. If that's the conclusion, I'd like to hear that.
Councilman, would you like to have our design consultant come talk to you about that?
Until just a moment.
Okay.
Because I was actually surprised when we saw the level of service takeaway. I thought we were able to go a little bit more water for a little bit longer and also not require 100-foot runoff to be absorbed in the system as opposed to staying within the properties. So that might be an area where we might find 3 points of intersection, at least you and I, maybe.
I think we're in agreement.
But the biggest question is your calculations require efficacy on absorption for the time frame, which is 2040, 2050, 2060. Yeah. And I think the conclusions that we've heard again and again and again is that there is no efficacy on absorption at some point in time. And to design a system that relies on that is the waste of money.
I agree. If that was the case, I wouldn't want to waste any money. And taking the worst case, which they say is 2 foot 3 inches or 27 inches, 2,070. And if you go look at the chart that you have somewhere in your vulnerability thing by Black and Veatch, it shows you what the distance is between the groundwater and the properties on Key Biscayne after the water has risen. And you will see there's probably an average of 4 feet available.
I've looked at that same chart and I've talked to everybody that I know who's sitting over there and other people who aren't in here, and they say it ain't so.
So in other words, I'm blind. I guess I am blind, but
well, we have to get to the bottom of this.
Believe me.
And it can't be my opinion versus yours. It's got to be empirical, and we've got to get to the bottom of it.
Okay. So what you're saying, fine, for the next 30 or 40 years, this will work. But when we get to 2070, it won't work.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, you're saying that by that time, the water's going to come up.
No.
23 to the 2 foot 3 inches, and there won't be any area for the absorption on site.
First of all,
And we'll
I'm
be on
not.
a big soggy
I'm
area.
channeling what I've heard.
Okay,
So we want to hear from people that tell me what I just channeled.
But
to
you
tell
must realize one thing. If in fact they are correct, and I'm not saying they are, they're not correct. But when it comes to 2 foot 3 inches, you realize that every Mackel house will be inundated because all of them are less than 2 foot 3 inches above the ground of the road.
I do.
So you also realize that they'll either have to be all gone, and the whole Key Biscayne will have to be raised.
So one last point, and then.
So the 2070 thing really is almost meaningless, except to tie up a fortune of money for the next 40 years, because maybe we won't absorb all the water at that time.
I don't think that's quite where we've ever been. I don't agree with that.
We have to raise the roads, don't we?
We do have to raise the
So-
roads. I mean, one of the points, it's not a complete answer, and I'd really like to hear from these guys, is the word adaptability is built into this underground system to take into account variations in future conditions that are, even though Pastor Denny gave us divine wisdom tonight, we really don't possess it.
Speak for yourself.
So not only
I
are
couldn't
you
resist,
selling
I'm sorry.
encyclopedias, you read them all.
I actually had mononucleosis when I was wrestling, and I read the World Book from cover to cover, and I have the greatest warehouse of worthless information.
I'm with you.
I can't remember any of it, but I have it here.
62 version.
Frank, you want to continue?
I think what I'd like to, the question of absorption, the question of adaptability, the question of timeframes, and we have a level of service, possible debate, you know, where we could.
I'm not change the level of service. I'm saying if you stick with the level of service, the amount of capacity that you need is so much less once you consider the 20% absorption.
It's
That's all I'm
exactly what you're saying, and the exact response to that is, if there isn't sufficient absorption, the entire calculus is skewed.
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. Let's have somebody, other than these people, come and tell us what the absorption is.
Have we framed the question
I
properly?
just think what Ed is talking about would be cured or addressed by a peer review. That's what that is. If you're contending that the calculations by our consultants and our engineer aren't correct, get a peer review.
I'm saying they did not include them. We
are not the engineers. We are policymakers. We hired them. If we don't like or we are not comfortable with what they did, or we think that there may be a better approach or a better mathematical calculation, let them do it. Have a peer review conducted and let them come back to us
So
with
you're
that.
suggesting someone review what they've given us?
Yes, the design, yep.
Look, I'm not arguing about, you don't understand. I'm not arguing.
But their design involves their mathematical calculations. You're saying their design is based on not including the percolation in pervious areas that are on private property.
For period.
I'm not-
They're not include, the statement I believe that it's making is that they're not including any of that there is no absorption in the basis of the calculation.
And they agreed. That's what they said.
Okay, I think that you get another engineer to review their design, which includes their calculations, and tell us if they're right or they're wrong.
I believe that their design, what I've seen, makes a lot of sense. I'm not complaining about the design. I'm not saying that we might not use their design. All I'm saying is the pipe sizes might be different, the pump sizes might be different, the type of pumps might be
Isn't
different.
that design?
Well, okay. In that case, we'll call that design, fine.
And all
I was
that-
talking about design,
and all
having
that-
individual pumps at different places rather than having what they did, that's all.
Why don't we let
And
them
it's-
answer the question first, before we speak about hiring someone else?
Councilmember, can you frame exactly what that question is that you're interested in?
Ed's premise is that there is, because of projections on groundwater, zero utility in the system that's designed for percolation.
What the zero
And it's not a future question. It is a future question if the starting point included absorption now for a period of time, to be determined what that would be. But Ed's premise is that there is no allowance for absorption in the design.
Okay. So Robert, do you have that understanding? So I'll bring Robert up from AECom. I think we also have Tom also on, but I think Robert can handle this thing directly.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're open-minded, and I hope to make you the biggest cheerleader for this project. We did, in fact, include soil storage in both the existing and the proposed condition in different ways. So in the existing condition, we have a hydraulic model that is accurate to less than an inch accuracy. So your staff has gone out and taken measurements throughout the entire village. We've done a calibration of that. So we can say that when your staff measured depth of flooding, and we have a time component of it, when we use NexRad data, which is radar, like when you watch the news, that data, we plugged into our model. And so we can empirically say that our model represents the real world conditions with less than an inch accuracy. So I have the model, I have it in my car, I can come and show you right after this. We have it in the model that there is percolation in our calculations. In the future, I'm sorry, in the future, that is going to diminish because of sea level rise. And that is also accounted for in our model.
Now, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a hydrologist, and I'm not very smart, but I do know a little bit about arithmetic.
Okay.
And I also know when rain comes, and assuming it comes on the entire island, we can calculate what 1 inch of rain comes for 500 and some acres. It's not really tough to do, and I think everybody will agree to what that is. How many feet that is. How many cubic feet that is for a 1 inch intensity rain, a 2 inch intensity rain, whatever. That's not hard to calculate. And when you look at those numbers, your numbers do not include any absorption. I've looked at your numbers, I've tested a number of different ways, and your numbers do not include, when you take the total rain coming out of the sky for any particular event, you show me where you've included any kind of absorption, and I will eat my words.
Okay, so that calculation is called a curve number, and we have that calculated. It's based upon, proven mathematics. We have that curve number in our model, which represents an amount of runoff, and we have empirical proof that our model matches the real world condition. Now, I have taken a look at the calculations that you have distributed, and they're just frankly wrong. They're wrong on many.
May I ask a question, if I may? When you do your hydrograph, and I'm going to speak a little bit technical with these guys, do you calculate an initial abstraction, which is and I don't want to put words in your mouth, council member, but I think that what you're speaking about is what we hydrologists call initial abstraction. And that is when it rains, there's an existing condition between the groundwater and the ground level. And that, what happens is that the groundwater perches, it grows with the rain. It's a capillary effect, right? So as the groundwater perches, what happens is that the ground becomes more soaked. The curve of rainfall keeps going up and keeps on becoming more intensified while the groundwater keeps perching. Then all of a sudden what happens in a condition like Florida, especially in the wet season, what happens is that the groundwater becomes almost at level with the street. Am I incorrect with that?
No, that's
Okay,
an
so
accurate
I just want to make sure that at least and then what happens is that it becomes almost like it's raining on a lake. Does that make sense? So what you're seeing, I think that, we all need to have data, proper data when we analyze this, but I think what we're looking at is that we're looking at it from a static condition as opposed to a dynamic condition. It starts to rain, the groundwater starts to perch, everything becomes impervious, and it becomes like I said, raining on a lake. And then what happens is that's where you lose that abstraction that we're talking about. So what engineers do, they calculate a C factor, whatever they do, and they call it the initial abstraction, and that's what they throw in the model. Their models are far more sophisticated than the models that I used to use when I was in college. But they're able to do that, and I think it's a shame, because before I have asked you guys to bring in a rendering of what that looks like so people can actually see it, because it's very important that people get a visual of what we're talking about. This is a very dynamic condition, and people are getting caught on there's always going to be that level of water. No, it's not. It's not, because it's called the capillary effect. The groundwater starts rising, and that will become far more compromised as sea level and groundwater rises. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That's a helpful insight, but something very basic was just happening that I'd like not to lose touch with.
You just said
Wait, let him talk.
But
He said you didn't calculate percolation. You said you did.
Yeah.
He said I did the math. You said you studied the math.
Yeah.
And you disagree with the math.
So your math is wrong on multiple factors. You not only on how much absorption you believe is a contributing factor, but also from you have a misunderstanding of how a gravity-driven system works. So you assert in your calculations 302 CFS, and you apply that in a linear manner. So you say at time 0 to time infinity, I can get 302. That is more indicative of how a pump would work. With gravity-driven systems, it's a nonlinear dynamic system where, a rainfall is a bell curve. So that's not on a straight line. You also have tidal conditions. So those need to be factored in, which your calculations do not. You also incorporate drainage wells. So that should be a reduction, because we're not, in 2060, you can't use drainage wells. And I believe you're in agreement with that.
I prepared another one saying there's no drainage wells used. I'm saying it's a force system.
So
I know about the gravity. So basically what you're saying is not what I have in mind. I have in mind to have a pump system, a force system. I'm not saying it's going to be great, because I agree with you. At this point in time, the gravity wells will work today, but in the future, they won't work.
So
Therefore, the other thing is, what you,
Hold on. Just, let's go back for a second before we pivot. You said that the calculations did not include any percolation. This is what you've been basing your entire argument on. First, and with all due respect, first, you based your argument that we were too high on level of service, that we had to move from 2 inches to 1 inches. That was your entire conversation. Look, can I finish? Can I finish?
You're stating me.
Okay, I'm just, what I recall. This was months ago. This is months ago when both yourself and Councilmember Moss talked a lot about 2 inches is too much, we don't need it, it's 1 inch. Then a month after that, you started talking about this percolation. And you were hell-bent on the fact that you uncovered or realized after the fact that percolation was not calculated, was not taken into account in any way, shape, or form, and you've repeated that several times today. And you have the experts, engineers, that have not only mentioned that your math is wrong, but that indeed percolation was included in the calculation. Can I understand, before we pivot to another argument, which, by the way, I think a peer review, to your point, is great. I think we should have somebody look at this. I don't see any value in slowing down or even pausing any kind of design, because by its definition, a design is going to allow us to then make a decision on whether we, A, value engineer was said, scope down the project, decide on a different project. But you're talking about the actual calculation of what came to this design did not include a calculation that this gentleman is telling us now that is included. So what is it? Before we pivot, what do you say to that? Are you suggesting that he's not being honest, and that your assumption that there is no percolation included is more correct than what he just said? Is that what, I want to be clear that that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Interesting, okay. So be it.
And it's simple mathematics.
Well, you say it's simple, but he's also debunking that your math is wrong.
Excuse me. I've gone ahead and made a worst case. When they talk about 7.5 inches in 24 hours, and I think the maximum intensity is 2.3 or 2.4, and that doesn't happen, I think, till 11.5 or 12th hour. I can't remember what their graphs show. I've said, take a worst case. I'm saying take 2 inches an hour for 3.5 hours, the first 3.5 hours, and see what happens. Don't distribute it, so you don't, as far as the water rising, everything else you're talking about. And so I've taken a much worse case than they have.
And this is how you've proved that percolation has not been considered.
Percolation not being considered by looking at how much water comes out of the sky and how much they say has to be pumped. If they're pumping the same amount out of the streets that came out of the sky, then how can absorption be considered? You tell me.
The crux of your argument is that the system, the 302 CFS is a linear distribution, which it's not. So
Forget the 302 anything. Just tell me how I made a mistake by taking the quantity of water coming out of the sky, and that is not the same quantity you were going to pump under the various conditions that you talk about. You tell me, and because that difference would be absorption, and you don't have any absorption based in there.
I can go to my car, get the laptop, I can show you.
We don't.
It's in there.
It's not that complicated. You can do it with a pencil and paper.
The math that we have seen from you is just blatantly incorrect. It does not have any basis in science.
Fernando said he's going to make me a hydraulic engineer.
Ad honorem. We're going to give him the Council of Hydraulic Engineers, we're going to give him an award.
Anyway, it's easy for you to say it's not correct, but you're never going to be able to prove it if it's the same quantity that's coming down and that you're pumping.
The reason why I think you're getting that is because there's so little absorption. So the only thing that you're getting out of it is like 1.3 inches about off of the total 7 inches of storm. You still have to treat that remaining amount.
So 1.3 inches is almost 20%.
But that's in today's-
1.4 inches is 20%.
That's
So
in
you're-
today's condition, and future condition, it goes down to 0.6.
Well, my point is that I don't know if it's 20% or 10% or 30% or 40%. What I'm saying is you didn't consider it in the calculations based on the amount of rain and based on the pump capacity that you're designing for. That's all.
That's just not true.
Well, calculate the rain and calculate your pump capacity.
We have provided an alternative drainage analysis that has been provided to your staff, and in there is 100 pages of how we got to that answer, and then another 1,000 pages of supporting information.
Oh, you know what?
So
All you
a
need is one
summary-
page.
A summary, takeaway from just this moment.
He's incorrect. We have both today and future conditions, soil storage taken into
And
consideration.
today, the present condition today
Yeah,
takes into account roughly a little under 20% of the water that falls out of the sky is going to seep into the dirt.
yeah. And we have calibrated our model. So what that says to us when we have such a high degree of accuracy is that not only are we correct on our assumptions of how your pipe hydraulics works, but also how the soil absorption was to work. So if we were wrong in that situation, we should be seeing drastically different answers than what was measured by your staff.
Can you go through the calibration conversation again, please?
Yeah, so the software that we're using allows us to use what's called NextRad data. So if you watch like any local news and you see that radar that spins, that data, how that rainfall is happening over a period of time is captured by NOAA and then also distributed through South Florida Water Management District. So I can simulate any past rain event over your system that we've modeled. So we have done a series, 5 different calibration runs for this area to get a better understanding of how it works. Your staff in June of 2002 went out and measured in over 20 locations the depth of flooding as well as what time that measurement was taken. So when I run my model to say how far, if I'm right or not, I get with less than an inch accurate. So I think the highest I'm at is like less than half an inch.
So to be clear, so you have empirical data that you
Yeah.
got on the island in 2020?
Yeah, 22.
22, okay, so
June
3 years ago, probably, two and a half years ago. Okay, so you're taking that data?
Yeah.
And you have, and the physical measurements, and
Yeah.
you're very comfortable that there was no error in those measurements, because that would really cause a change in the calibration, correct?
Yeah, that was done by your staff.
Okay. So we're making the assumption that information is correct, and then you're taking that information, plugging it into your model, and then running calculations to verify that based on this intensity, you get this because you've used this original data, correct? The imperial data, okay.
Yeah, so we're using real world data.
No, I understand, you're using imperial data that you
calibrate.
created, okay, got it.
So if his assumption was correct, I would not be getting that level of accuracy.
Yes, you would.
How?
Because basically, Key Biscayne is not flat. And basically, it's pitched, supposedly, most places, not in front of Joe's house, but in most places, it's supposed to go into the inlets. So obviously, you have a definite gradient. So you're always going to have more water at one point than another. And if, in fact, the storm inlets weren't working at that point, and as you've heard, they're in very bad shape, not maintained, you would have water piled up there. But that would not change the mathematics on the amount of rain coming out of the sky and the amount you want to pump. So yes, you can measure those things after the storm, and if in fact our system wasn't working well, yeah, you'd have the water there.
That just isn't true.
Why isn't it true? Even today, our system doesn't work completely.
To say that we're wrong is just an untrue statement.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. You didn't get those numbers. I'm saying those numbers not be representative of. We might have to regrade some streets. We might have to change some inlet heights.
So the topography of the village is taken into consideration in our models. We use LiDAR data, which is some of the most accurate data that you can get to represent the topography, and that's plugged into the model, and it's done what's called a stage area calculation. So we can represent the entire island, how much storage, the exact topography in our model, which it is in there.
Again, you don't know when those elevations were taken, the depths, if in fact there was proper drainage in that particular area. Because it's not uniform when you took that all over the island. You took only certain spots.
We took
And you took probably the deepest spots.
even if it was the deepest, we could still tell you that it's accurate because we're putting it over LiDAR data to represent what the flood depth would be.
I hear what you're saying.
All right, so,
I have one other point that I
Yeah,
want to
go
make,
ahead.
is by
And then
pausing,
we'll
by
decide.
pausing the contracts, any future design, we're also pausing the design of the electric and the undergrounding, and that is not acceptable to me.
I'm not saying to pause the undergrounding.
Well,
Mine-
you said pause
What
design.
was changed when I actually submitted the original thing, it said not including the underground.
Okay, I
But it
didn't see
came
that.
out here.
I'm
No,
sorry, I
as
didn't see
far
that.
as I'm concerned, I can move forward with the undergrounding.
Okay.
And then when we get this done, if we're gonna change the calculations, then recalculate your thing and do it, and get it done, that's all.
Is one
Yeah.
takeaway from your point that you just made, that your absorption analysis, LiDAR-based, is site-specific and not generalized on average across the entire island?
So you're asking if like like the northern portion would have a different absorption than the southern component?
Yes.
It has been calibrated in the existing condition for each basin. So in each zone, it's made up of smaller areas, so that absorption has been calibrated further for each one of those.
The current area zone one is 13% of the total land area that we're talking about.
That this is for our entire model
No, I'm
of
just
it,
saying-
so
I'm
not
saying
just
within
zone
zone
one,
one,
that this has been calibrated for.
First, I
1/8
want to
of
say one thing. I really want to thank you, and I mean that. I truly mean that, of all the work and
Oh,
the
you mean?
effort that, yes, I am, because I could not take on being a lawyer or a doctor or anything. I'm just an engineer. It's a little brash at times, but I'm an engineer. But I appreciate the fact that you have gone through the numbers, right or wrong as you may be. I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And perhaps what I'm about to say right now may not really ring well with the council, but I am of the opinion that not necessarily the issue of abstraction, I don't necessarily agree with you on that, but I do agree that we do have some deal breakers on this project, in my opinion. And I would like to, and that's what I was going to get to my ordinance, but I want to cite the fact that I feel, and I've stated this before, I've written in an article on the newspaper about my concerns about how we have been able to handle and capture the issue with Miami-Dade County and the water discharge that we have right now being proposed, and that we're seeking variances and that we're seeking to accommodate for that. And I'm not by any way, shape, or form suggesting that staff hasn't done a good job, and I'm in no way, shape, and form suggesting that AECOM has not done a good job in Black and Veatch. I think everybody has been very professional at handling this, but we are where we're at, and this condition is bigger than us. We're about to take the lead and a leap. And the second thing is a significant investment that I do recognize, aside from what people think that I don't. I do recognize the fact that we are, for the tax base that we have, that we're paying a significant amount of money for this project. I think the project is a little half-baked when it comes to discharging to the bay. If we are going to take the leadership of discharging onto Biscayne Bay and show South Florida that we are at the lead, because we truly are at the lead of resiliency. A lot of other communities may say that, but they're not as we are, and they're not battling like we are. I think we need to do a better job at understanding this ordinance, and I think we need to do a better job at ensuring that we meet all the standard federal, state, and I think the Clean Water Act, and that we discharge that properly. And that's going to be my segue into the ordinance that I had, which I believe has been significantly misconstrued, and unfortunately, because really it has the best interest in mind to include the public. But I think that we need to talk about the bigger picture. Again, I'm not.
Are we leaving this issue?
No, we're not, but I'm talking about the deal breakers. I'm saying, I don't think yours is a deal breaker, with all due respect, council member. I do think that we do have significant deal breakers with the project, and us moving forward with a significant project this size, this magnitude, and not having addressed the issue of water quality into Biscayne Bay. There's an entire commission out there that has been set out to clean up Biscayne Bay. It's significantly affected. We know that's our backyard. It's an ecological system, and we're going to discharge, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to still discharge dirty stormwater. So keep that in mind. I'm coming back with that on my ordinance, but that's what I want to say.
On that point,
Excuse me, he said, I'm not a deal breaker. I'm a deal
Sí lo vengo
modifier.
diciendo hace rato. Sorry.
on that
I'm
point,
not trying to break the deal.
on that
I'm trying
point,
to
2
modify
weeks
the
ago,
deal.
2 weeks ago, these guys stood up and explained the cleansing system, that it's been permitted elsewhere, that they're in touch with the county, and it's prospectively permittable.
Councilmember, with all due respect, we need to hold that county's feet to the fire. They're giving us, and I've said this, maybe I have not articulated it enough or well enough, but we are going with a half-baked solution. There has been there's a coalition to protect Biscayne Bay. There's a lot of stakeholders. This is an equity issue, and they're putting the entire burden on our taxpayers to resolve that problem.
Well, what are we gonna do in the meantime?
We have to correct it. No, I mean,
gonna
I'm
do
not saying, no.
nothing.
I'm not saying we're not gonna do anything. We have to, that's why I wanna get to my ordinance. Allow me to get to my ordinance, not there yet. But, okay, finish up this, finish up this. No.
Get your deal breaker issue, because, I mean, you keep.
Well, my deal breaker is I'm not comfortable with this project moving forward in the direction that it's going without fixing the water quality issue and discharge to Biscayne Bay.
Joe,
Yes.
just for ACOM, you guys, you cannot come to a meeting without visuals, okay? I mean, we have to have visuals. The community has to see visuals, okay? The concept that we have, that you don't come here with a drawing that shows the amount of water that can be held within the column and show the curves to everybody how this is working on a visual in both plan and section, okay? And the fact that we're talking about the fact that you've mapped the entire area with specific points, okay, to say, hey, this is where we mapped, this is what we're doing in zone 1, zone 2. So everybody can see this, okay? It's just, I'm sorry, it's not acceptable. I cannot get past the fact that we don't have visuals. And I don't know, Steve, I'm not sure how many times I've had this conversation, but we cannot, I mean, look, I have a geology degree, okay? I'm not sitting to profess I'm a hydrologist, but I'm not comfortable with the fact that this project went from $30 million to $90 million without actually showing anybody how this occurred. And it just can't be math, okay? So please, gentlemen, in the future, come with visuals. And the fact that you actually have your laptop in your car and that you don't have it in your hat, that you can't show it to us, I mean, this is a little, come on, man, that's just not the way this works. I apologize for being, I don't mean trying to be disrespectful, but we have to see stuff. And we're not seeing anything. We're just having this intellectual conversation about math. Yeah.
I give you my math.
And by the way, when we came here with the estimates, your estimator did not give us any concrete numbers from where he got his estimates from, okay? From, linear pipe per foot. Nothing came out of that conversation. So I'm not comfortable. I don't even think whether it's a $90 million project, is this a good number or a bad number? Where's a reference point that we can give to our community and say, this is what this costs relative to somewhere else? And that's a real problem for the guys sitting up here and the ladies sitting up here, excuse me.
No, but Mike, he did say, his estimate, they did try to talk to contractors and they would have given me information. They did say that. So they weren't able to do that. They tried though.
Okay, Ed, you and I have been in the construction business for how long? Okay, you can get a number if you ask, okay? Sorry.
All right.
Joe, there was one other question.
Yes, go ahead.
I thought Steve might be able to speak to, or perhaps Colleen, about the reliability of tapping the revolving loan fund to the level that we expect to be able to tap it.
Okay. It's a good one.
As Colleen walks up, the individual who said that it is a budget line item, that's incorrect. It's a standalone loan process. It does get funding from the feds on a regular basis, but also the state puts money into it. And by definition, a revolving fund, I think you understand what that is. It loans out money, receives back money, and interest on top of that. So that's where the revenues come from. But
And,
Colin
and
can-
it comes from the federal government, so.
a portion of it does, a
Yeah.
portion, but not all of it. It's federal money, state money, and then also
Well, that's a
interest off of the loans.
That's a different conversation.
Yeah, but I think it's already been funded.
But if you want to, Councilmember, if you want to ask more questions from Colleen, she can give you more.
You know, you get the gist of the contention was that we're banking on a source of funds that will not reliably be there.
Sure. Because we have a design loan, a pre-construction loan, we are set up for construction loan dollars. We will work closely with the SRF project managers to get our application together and make sure we have everything in order to put that forward. My understanding is that the IIJA had basically capitalized a lot of the SRF in FDEP. They were going to get 50 million over the course of 6 years, which is just an increased amount in the dollars that they can lend. I'd have to check to see where they're at with that allocation today, but it does continue to build as a result. There's a scoring criteria for an SRF application, and they take into account anything from the timeliness of your application to the population it's serving, to the actual construction documents and your ability to repay. All of that's scored, and then you're given a score, and if you score within a certain tier, you're funded. And if you're scored within a middle tier, you get pushed to the next round if there's extra money. And I think they'll work with you if you don't get applied the first time, but the understanding is that we have a team of consultants that will help us put the best application we can forward, and we will work with FDEP to get the best application we can forward. You're correct, it is not guaranteed, but it is a reliable source of funding, in our opinion.
Does it matter how soon we apply for it?
No. The only thing that,
Tell what the timeline.
let me, so in terms of like how soon, you have to apply, you have to get everything in by June.
What's everything?
Construction documents, permits, the loan application itself, there's a document we produce to put that forward, because that has to go through a state clearinghouse process, which is a required 45 minimum days. So the state agencies review it and make sure there's no conflicts with Fish and Wildlife and other agencies like that.
What's the likelihood that we'd even get a permit to submit by?
I can't
the
speak
due
to
date?
that. That's something that, who's applying, I think Mike might be able to answer that for you. Eric?
Council, good evening. Thank you for the question. So if we don't get pause, we're projected to have all permits by June. So if we pause, then yeah, we just don't get them. Or we already applied to the environmental permits that we need. They are submitted.
Your permit application submitted, that's
Yeah,
what you just said?
yeah, we submitted to Durham Class 1, Durham Class 2, and the South Florida Water Management District ERP permit.
Is there any risk or likelihood that that doesn't go through in time?
There's always risk, but we have our environmental permitting experts on it. They're in contact with the permit reviewers every day, just in conversation with them.
But Eric, this is the discharge, right? The discharge.
Yeah.
But Eric, I mean, seriously, you guys, with all due respect, we need to have we need to address that better with the county. We can't just go with what we have. I am not comfortable. I've stated this before in numerous meetings. We are not meeting those county requirements. We're doing it and we're accelerating the project just because we want to make sure that we get that permit, but we're not correcting the issue. And I think the issue is correcting it with Miami-Dade County so we meet that ordinance.
Can I
And
interject?
if we cannot meet, let me, please, because every time I speak about this, I get interrupted. And that's the problem. We cannot take the lead in stormwater management and be at the leadership of stormwater management with that ordinance. I'm sorry that came across when we were doing this design, but we are where we're at. We have to fix that problem. And if not, we bring the county here, and I said that before, bring the county here and tell us exactly why are you asking us to clean the water to that level, or trying to give us, a variance on something that you put on paper and you said that that's not legal and that's not required. Why are you doing that? That's the problem I've always had with this project. I've stated this before. And I always hear, well, we'll get a variance, or we work this out, we'll do 60, 40%. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It has to be 100%, because people have been working at this. There's been a committee There's been a, Biscayne Bay Protection Committee, and nothing is being, we are not taking the leadership. We're not being the leaders in water quality, and we should be. So that's what I want to hear, and that's what I have not heard. And until that gets done, I'm not comfortable moving forward. That's it. And it's not because of the absorption.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one comment?
Yes.
So, just for the council to know, we will do everything the county requires of us. We will do everything that the state requires of us.
Why wouldn't we?
Because there's a law there right now. There's an ordinance.
There's
that
an
tells-
ordinance.
There's an ordinance,
and-
Mayor.
And,
There's an ordinance.
And, okay, are you guys not gonna follow the ordinance?
We are following it, and I wanted to.
But not
let
to
you
the
know-
degree that they're asking you to follow it.
Councilmember Vasquez, since we submitted before the deadline of March 31st, we don't really need to follow it, but we are in good faith. We show you at the last meeting our treatment train. So we have done extensive calculations and the
Okay,
percent
but
removal.
this is where I gotta stop you, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys are great, but I gotta stop you. This is not about us being prescriptive or trying to meet an ordinance. This is about us cleaning Biscayne Bay.
Are we
This is-
cleaning Biscayne Bay today?
No,
No,
but we can't go with a half-butt
zero.
solution, Mayor. We cannot go with a half-butt
Of course we
solution.
wanted to get to our
We
aspirational
cannot.
goal.
I am
We
not.
want to get there.
I
But
can't
Right now,
stand
we're
here.
doing zero.
Well, fine,
Right?
but, okay, so that's when I want to get to my ordinance. I want to get to my ordinance because I think we need to do, if not, we need to do a parallel job. But it's still, but what they're gonna mandate from us, Mayor, they're gonna mandate eventually, they're gonna mandate additional water quality requirements that are gonna be more costly. I don't know. The county can
Right.
throw a curve anytime they want on us. I'm not comfortable. It's open-ended. I've written about it. I've said it many times. I've been consistent about this.
This is getting a bit philosophical.
No, it's not. It's getting real, man.
To bring
So-
the, what do you mean to say when you say, let's bring the county down here and read them the right?
I need to understand how they got
Where
to
is
that.
that gonna go?
I need to understand how they got to that ordinance,
They're
Councilmember.
trying to balance two competing
They put-
principles, and they didn't do a very good job
Okay,
at it.
so then let us work, okay. Let me see if I can do this. They threw an unfunded mandate to municipalities. They threw what I don't think is a fair, requirement for all communities. There's other communities out there. We should be doing a coalition of communities. That's what we should be doing. And requiring that the county and the federal government put their fair share on stormwater systems, on municipal stormwater systems. Our taxpayers should not be paying $83 million to do that. It's a question of equity. Miami-Dade County has a wider tax base so they can spread that. Our residents can't do that. I can't do that. I live at the Commodore. I don't live in a mansion. Right?
There's a lot being conflated here.
No.
Our taxpayers are not paying $83 million. to
Well, I mean,
comply with
I'm
this
talking about the overall cost of the project,
And
Councilmember.
this entire compliance and cleaning up Biscayne Bay is not on the Village of Key Biscayne or its taxpayers.
But it is, but they're
It is a
making some
community
specific
emergency.
requirements, but they're making some specific requirements for water quality that we are not meeting. We cannot do our part.
How
And
do we
what's
get a
gonna happen-
permit if we're not meeting the requirements?
Because they're getting a variance.
Who? There is no such thing as a variance.
There's
I'm
no-
not sure why you keep bringing that up.
Yeah.
Councilman.
You guys have been saying it. We got, you've been telling me
I've
all the
never used
time.
the word variance.
Well, the variance or, I'm sorry?
I believe the code provides for the director to make a determination.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's not that they're seeking a variance under chapter 24 of the county code, which is a possibility. The director of Durham has the authority to make the determination to approve a standard that is not the standard that is set forth in the code.
And why did they put it, why do they codify it? Why do they codify the standard then?
Well, I can't.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. I'm just telling you what the ordinance says.
Fernando, we are not the only ones polluting the bay. So we should do our very best, which is what we're going to do.
Right.
Our very best.
I don't think that.
Go up the river
I
and have
don't
all
think-
those properties start filtering the water that they're putting into the bay. Go
Septic tanks all
to
over the place.
septic tanks, we did sewers, we have an ordinance about watering and fertilizing. We are going beyond many other municipalities. So we're gonna do nothing and continue to
No, I'm not
pollute
saying- I'm
when
not
we
saying-
could be doing something substantial?
Well, I need to get to my ordinance, and then we can talk about it, because right now we're talking about, we've got both issues mixed up.
Joe,
So
can
we,
I
we're
ask?
on Ed's motion.
Let's go through Ed's
We're still on
motion.
Ed's motion. Can I ask, Colleen, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes,
Sorry.
go ahead.
So interest rates wise, okay, if we for some reason miss the deadline, okay,
Sure.
we don't get our permits in place, what's the delta difference between the interest rates that we're discussing? Is it 1%, 1.5%, 2%?
It's set to a bond index, so I can't predict the future bond index.
Okay, but we're saying that the South Florida, I apologize, Steve, I don't remember the name of
The SRF just.
the
yeah,
SRF. Okay.
Right.
The SRF has a lower rate of interest. That's the.
Yes, it will always be lower than market rate.
But that's got to be based on something.
Yeah, it's based off of I think a 10-year bond index.
Okay, so if we miss this, we're going to inflate our costs by 1.5%?
No, it
2%?
doesn't change the interest rate. It just, we would have to wait another year until we put
Yeah,
our
the
application in.
the cost increase is related to the escalation of construction costs,
Okay,
not related to
we're,
the interest
so we're
rate.
discussing a theoretical cost of escalation in construction costs.
Related to the construction,
related
yes,
to
the
the-
SRF bond, I mean, it could be that it's lower in a year. The interest rate it could be higher, it could be lower, I don't know, but the interest rate isn't related to the escalation of the construction
So
costs.
what we're really concerned about is the increased escalation cost based on the cost of labor or materials. that
Correct,
would be-
another year of inflation, yes.
We're not discussing interest rates.
No.
Okay. And then Steve, Mike, one question for you, please. Thanks, Colleen, very much. You have a 60% set that's basically done, right? And you're using this as your permit set, and you're also using this as your bid set, correct?
No, we're using that as the permit set. That is correct. The
Okay,
bid
but we
set
can't-
would be
we
used
can't-
after 100%.
Okay, but I believe in our conversations, we could use the 60% to get financial numbers for the project, correct?
We have a 60% design budget, which was presented at the last one.
Yeah, but taking
as
this
far
out
as
to
to
the,
get,
taking this out on the street and getting,
to use it as a procurement construction document, I think would be not doing us a
okay,
good
so
service.
so just be clear, you cannot, you can permit with the set,
Yes.
but you can't take the set to the street to get some numbers.
I mean, you could, but there would be more risk from the contractors to bid on what isn't a complete construction set, so then they would probably have a higher bid.
Understanding, but so so you're not comfortable getting any variable numbers with this, to basically check the numbers that your colleague, not your colleague, the AECOM gentleman said.
Well, what we are doing is we have our Black and Beach estimating team that is checking the numbers that they have, and right now we're in discussions with them to come up with.
Are you within 5% of theirs, or where are you?
I don't have the exact percentage on it, but they're deciding on the variables being basically the mobilization costs.
So are you comfortable with the current $88 million number?
I think that plus the contingency between the 20, above 15% and minus 10%, we're in that range. So
Okay, so we could be from 88 to times 1.15, is what you're saying?
it's, again, it's going to require us to actually discuss what they
I'm not trying to put you on,
included
I'm not,
versus
Mike,
ours.
I'm not trying to put you
And-
on the, I'm not trying to put you on the.
No, I understand. And so the answer is there still could be some
Got it.
variation
All
in
right,
the
thank you.
budget.
That's enough. Yeah.
The current yield on a 30-year double-rated A municipal bond, tax-free, is 4.15 today. I just checked it. So so basically 2.15 above the 2% is for 60 million. That's the difference in thing. Okay, so you're left another $1.2 million per year, 100,000 a month. Right. Thank you.
Okay, let me weigh in on it. So let's talk about all the things that we agree on, because that's important, okay? I think we've all have a strong consensus that we need to continue to maintain the present gravity system, and that it's going to be with us for quite some time, and that it is important to have that maintained at the highest level. Okay. I think despite some of the things that our colleague Fernando is saying, I think that all of us here want to have a cleaner bay, and all of us here have a consensus that we want to have our output not help degrade the bay. So we all agree on that, I believe.
But not half-baked.
Not half-baked, sure, and we agree on that too. So what else did we hear tonight? One of the things that we've yet to talk about, because we're so fascinated by Ed's models, okay, that there's a huge issue of cost, okay? And to me, I think that that's the one area that we need to focus on and concentrate. And the fact we need to get past the models here, models there, and who's right or wrong. No, we need to find ways to reduce the cost of this project so that we can go forward with it 100%. Okay, and we have to look at that, and we have to make a huge attempt to make sure that we find ways that that project can be reduced. And beyond that, we need to look at what comes in the future. I disagree with some of the comments here. It's not a billion-dollar project because we've already come to the realization that where we're at is a lot of money for our village to handle. We can handle it today, but going forward, it would be very difficult for us to sustain if every project were going to be this size, okay? Yes, so can we say that we all agree on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we also agree that the other phases aren't this.
Correct.
It's not $100 million times 8. It's never been there.
Right.
And we all agree that
And by the way,
is the most heavily affected zone.
we keep saying, you know, the different numbers, but you know, the numbers, it's not 88 million. You got to subtract the 11 million for the undergrounding. Okay, so right away that number is wrong. But be that as it may, it is a big number, and we are all committed to try to find ways to reduce that number. For anybody out there to think that this is easy, I mean, come on, you know, what world do you live in? This is a difficult proposition, but we need to come together. We need to find ways to reduce our costs. I'd like to propose something here right now, if you don't mind, in front of your.
Be my guest.
Yes, thank you. How do we, as a body, come to grips with where to take this project next? Okay, and I think all 7 of us want this project to go forward if it's at all feasible and possible, right? Ed is a huge supporter of this project if we get some tweaks done in there.
If we're designed properly for the amount of water,
Yeah.
100% for it.
So, and in the future, we may look at other technology or other ways to do maybe the same thing. And I think that all of us are committed to that also. And we want to study what's being done in the Garden District and see whether that has further applications throughout the village. Okay. But what we do know is that not every section of our island floods the same way. Okay. And you have streets like Island Drive that don't flood. Okay. So we're not going to put a program over there for something that doesn't need it, right? Okay. We have other sections on the north, like Buttonwood, that I'm familiar with. That doesn't necessarily flood either. Okay. So when we're talking about the future and going to $1 billion, you know, that conversation is wrong. That conversation is wrong because we don't have to do the same things over and over. And I'm open, and I hear all of you, you're open to looking at other things too, so that, you know, if we get this one done, we don't have to do exactly the same thing over and over. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we have to do whatever is required to provide a good level of service for
Right.
the entire island.
Yes, right.
And
But
the price-
it doesn't have to be the exact same.
Of course
level.
not, but the price we're talking about now for this project is a function of the absorption. It'll
Okay,
affect
okay.
the
Look,
price so
that-
dramatically you wouldn't
all
believe.
right. Ed, that's great, and I'm glad you're on it, okay? But, okay, let's get back, let's
Can I
get,
offer, may I just offer one quick thing? Just one thought, Mayor. if I may.
one,
Okay, you go ahead.
thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor. I didn't
Okay.
mean to interrupt you.
All right, so, we're the sitting body here, and it has to make this very difficult decision. Okay, so I think that we need to continue towards 100% plans. We need to have a document that's completed. And one of the things that document, and we haven't talked about that, is it allows for a shovel-ready project. And what state and federal bodies like are shovel-ready projects, okay? And in order, and I've been involved with those kind of things in my past history. It is proper that we try to get a big grant that will help diminish the cost of this project. Okay, I think that we have agreement on that. If we could lower the cost, as someone said here, we wouldn't be here talking about this issue.
Yes, I would.
I think,
Yeah, well, okay, all right,
certainly
that's
would.
fine, all right,
Waste.
I'll leave you,
Waste.
I'll leave you out of that agreement factor, but we're not wrong, Ed, in saying that we all want to do the best project that we can at the most cost efficient, but there has to be a cost benefit.
Agreed.
Okay. So,
I believe the answer, Mayor, if I may, it's in the hydraulic load that we currently are designing. And I've said this before at other meetings too. I think we got a big system here. I think if I said it from the standpoint of, we have a system that's going to, as you very well said a minute ago, that's going to help out upstream watersheds. When we put, everybody's saying, okay, this thing is going to be 300 million, 500 million, and you're saying, what I'm hearing you say is, not really, because we're going to invest a significant amount of money now, and that's going to help above watersheds. It's going to help other watersheds, because we really don't have a big, what do you call it, a big watershed divide. It's just by inches. Water gets over it and gets to.
It's not just that, because not every place floods, and not every place.
And not every
floods.
not every system floods. I'm wondering, and it's a question and maybe a challenge as well to the engineers, is can you look at the watershed that you currently have, maybe, and just find a way to reduce the hydraulic load that we currently have by redesigning, not redesigning, but maybe taking away components. I said before, I know you guys have explored raising some roads and maybe getting the water through sheet flow into different catch basins. Is there a way to minimize additional structures? Is there a way to reduce some laterals? Is there a way to reduce some of the trunk lines? Reduce the hydraulic load. That way, I think will mean two things. We can reduce the cost of the project, and we can help also on reducing the water quality
Okay.
impact of Biscayne Bay.
thank you for,
No, I think that's a solution, man.
yes, thank you
need to
for.
challenge him for that.
Okay, what I wanted to finish, thank you, is, again, this body has to make the decision, okay? So how do we get there? How do we get there? I'm thinking, and I want your input, is I think that we make an ad hoc committee that would include Ed, Fernando, and Mike Bracken, and have whatever necessary conversations are over the next 3 months with AECOM, with Black and Veatch, with whoever you need that's already on board, and come back to this body and say, look, we've studied these things, and this is these are conceptual. Because Ed, sometimes the problem is you go so specific. Okay, let's get the conceptual first. Okay, let's get the people to tell us. Okay, this is an area where you can reduce. How much do you want to reduce? What level of service do you want left at the end of X, Y, and Z? And I think that having that from this body, having people that I know are not going to allow pushback, okay, and get some answers so that we can make a better decision.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we?
Effectively evaluate
Question
engineer
for you, Joe.
process.
Can we also consult with Naftalis, who did the percolation, the previous thing, and the last guy, EAC, who did the other plan? I mean, can we do that or not?
Yeah, I think that
To conclusion.
I think that I want to go there. I don't know that we
I
can.
don't know if we will, but I'm just saying.
I don't know if we can go there exactly right now,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not a direction
okay.
that.
EAC
Yes.
makes a lot of sense, but
Just to go back on Ed's point, I mean, and Nancy's point about the peer
Right.
review.
They
Okay,
employed
so
another-
Ed, can I get your attention for a
Yes,
second?
sir.
Okay, so one of the things that you're concerned about is the conversation of absorption, right? So if we got another engineer firm who would qualify that
Then indeed it was
that
included.
indeed these were included or not included, we would feel better about that conversation, right?
Of course.
Okay, so I think it would be prudent to possibly get the EAC guys back on board and maybe get a number, Joe, not to exceed XYZ hundreds, whatever it is, $50,000, whatever the number is, whatever the number is to use to get a corresponding piece of information that says that this basis of design from the beginning makes sense. That would make you feel better. It would make me feel better as well, that we're proceeding in the right direction. Okay.
would you do one thing higher than that? Look at what's in his trunk.
I'm happy to.
Yeah.
I mean, start with the data that he's worked with.
No, I
Yeah,
agree.
of course.
And again, that comes back to Nancy's point about value engineering, and I think what I'm hoping that you guys will take this task on to do some of that value engineering so that it can come back to this body and say, okay, look, we can do it for, 20% less. We can do it for this, or look, after we studied it, we can't cut it anymore. So either you go with that or you go to Plan B. But
Still haven't addressed the water
plan?
quality issue.
we finish this plan. Why? Because one of the, as I mentioned already, if we could get a sizable grant, and I put copies of this Florida trend so that you would see what other people are doing in other communities. And it's funny, talking about here, the Big Pine Key down in Monroe County, and it says that they had a demonstration project that they wanted to do about road elevation, and it would cost them back then $7.3 million. And all of a sudden, when they put it out to bid, it cost $21 million. And they say, we're going back to the,
Well, you don't really think this would be 88,
Right.
do you? I mean,
well,
come on.
that. But if it is, we need to know that, right?
You won't know
We
until you get the
already,
bids.
we already did discuss at the last meeting, possibly not inputting all the pumps, putting in 4 pumps instead of 6 pumps.
Yeah.
Maybe
Talked
not
about
developing
savings,
all
yes.
the outfalls, so there already are some possibilities on the table for reducing costs.
Mr. Mayor, when you say the ad hoc committee, could that also have, but now I want to get to when you get to my ordinance, I want to talk about public input on that.
All right, wait, let's do one
Okay.
thing. Procedurally, can you just withdraw so that,
What your suggestion is fine.
okay, and withdraw
I will
your,
modify, amend my motion,
can you just?
or withdraw, whatever you do.
Okay. Withdraw for the time being.
To go ahead and have 3 people to go ahead and study the thing and come back, yes.
Yeah.
I'm for that.
Okay. All right.
Perfect.
Is the motion on the table?
It
It
wasn't
was
seconded.
never seconded.
Oh, it was never seconded, okay.
But it's withdrawn.
Oh, I thought we were on a new
All
motion. Okay.
All right, do we have consensus and maybe we need to,
Have
you know,
consensus.
iron out some, on you guys
3 of us.
taking a look
That's the
at it.
withdrawal contingent on creating this oversight committee that's
fine.
going to be made up of
Yeah.
Councilmember
Do
London.
we have to come back to you to
Bracken.
get budget numbers to hire other engineers, or?
Yeah, you come back to the body and say, look, in order for us to do this better, we're gonna need X, Y, and Z,
You
and,
can do that by
But
email?
Steve does have.
no, we're gonna have to meet on
spending
that.
authority.
Steve has discretion up to $50,000.
Yeah, but Steve has some,
Anyway, yeah.
Authority.
That's.
But we,
Up to 50.
why don't you guys meet first and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, got the punt.
Okay?
All right.
So now we're up to Fernandez.
Last item,
So yeah, really what I was hoping to do on this, and we've already discussed a lot of things, and I wanted to introduce, I called it an ordinance because what I,
We're still in the same discussion. 3 people.
are we off?
no, we're off of you.
agreed?
We're off.
Yours is withdrawn. No, we're on.
I want to, okay, there's a lot of lessons learned during this past 2 years, at least for me. And actually, when I was looking back at the records, this was the first item that I actually brought up. Because I felt that if we were going to move with a resiliency ordinance or with the resiliency program, that at least we should have a process in place from lessons that at least I had learned from the past. Clearly, we've been in this discussion for 2 years. And I've learned so many things, one of them humility, when it comes down to doing these projects and hearing the public. And also to establish clear objectives for both water quantity and water quality. We've all witnessed how quickly a project can balloon if we don't really have a process in place and if we just let things just go. Right, and it's not like we've let them go, but we've entrusted on the professionals, and the professionals have been great, and this is no discredit to any of the professionals. They're telling us what to do, but all of a sudden we find ourselves going from 33, to a much higher price. So I'm trying to stop that in the future. And another thing that I learned out of this process is that we have to get the public more involved. There's a lot of leaders out there that are speaking very passionately and that are very involved in this. And I think that in the sense that they feel, I heard Mayor Lindsay today spoke about a financial study. I wrote this down. I thought it was a good idea because we really want to understand what we're going to invest in, what's the level of return that we get for the investment that we make. Everybody says we're going to do great and the properties are going to go up in value and all that, but do we really know that? Do we really understand what that means? Do we have order in the house? That's what I'm trying to say. We have projects that are coming up. We have great ideas and great ideas to provide a solution, but we don't really have order in the house as it relates to what is it that we want and how we're going to codify it. So what I wanted to ask is I wanted to entertain the motion of beginning directing the manager and the village attorney to establishing an objective level of service and standards. And this is not something that we're going to establish like that. This is something that we're going to learn from project to project, and we're going to codify because we need to establish something for the future. We're not going to be here forever. There's going to be other councils that are going to be here, and they're going to have a process and a system in place if we're going to really handle resiliency like we want to handle it for the future. So, and taking into precedent, the most important thing for me is Biscayne Bay It's also obviously our properties and everything, but it's also Biscayne Bay. We have to take care of that. We have to meet all the water quality standards, and we have to fight the county, whoever it is out there that's telling us, hey, you got to bank that money, you got to put a treatment plan, and you got to pay all for it. We have to figure out a way of doing it by either establish a coalition of other cities that are our size, or finding ways that the county can fund us and support us, because we're all stakeholders for Biscayne Bay. And I want this to be a community-led process. I don't want to kill anything here. The total contrary. I want to make it malleable. I want the people to have an input on resiliency. So I'm asking, I don't have all my ducks in a row on this. I put it together because I wanted to create a standard that people in the community can accept it and can finance it, and that it's going to benefit our community, and not just moving strictly from the optics of a project. That's why I said this is not project driven. This is not a specific project. It's not intent to move a project or kill a project. It's just to establish a framework, a compass, that in the future we can move forward with the right approach for resiliency, including the public and understanding whether we have the financial ability to finance these projects. And if we don't, then we go out and we lobby for money, or we find ways to find other allies throughout South Florida that can do this. We're all in this together. We're all sinking together. Trust me. It's seriously, I mean, and I mean that literally. The sea level is rising, and we can't just absorb and fight amongst each other here, because we understand this is a very costly project. This is the way it is. High-level infrastructure is costly, but we can bear the burden. We have to take the leadership, not just in infrastructure, but we also have to take the leadership in South Florida to make sure that we incorporate other communities and the county and hold them accountable for that. And that's what I'm trying to establish here. It's more of a high-level thinking, but I would like council to really entertain this. And maybe we can begin with this ad hoc committee, continuing with the project, reducing the cost, but at the same time, developing a wider stakeholder, group that is involved. I mean, I hear everybody gets up and nobody wants to pay for this amount of money, but there's a lot of people that have very good ideas. And you heard them. So let's integrate them. Let's bring them in. Let's bring them into the discussion. That's what I'm,
All right.
does that make sense?
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you work on more specifics with Chad?
I wanted to hear your input. I really wanted to understand what your thoughts were on this.
All right,
Yeah.
Frank?
It's, okay, first of all, we are well-served always by building bridges with coalition partners on everything. This is why we've invested, as we have in the League of Cities and in the Regional Planning Council and in all these other initiatives. On this particular issue, I think we should go to work in a different way, because everybody's facing the same conundrum that you've articulated.
Exactly.
I also think it's probably true that responsible people at the county recognize the same conundrum. I mentioned a moment ago, I think what happened here, it happens in policy, it happens in legislation, is people trying to balance incompatible goals, essentially, and not doing the best possible job of it. And the result is legislation that doesn't quite work in retrospect. So I think we should do that. We should start with the cities that we know are permitting the same system solutions that we are. They're facing the same issues. We spoke about it at the League of Cities last week.
Yep.
Everybody's on the same page here.
Together we're stronger.
Apart from that, I think we're always going to do the right thing, and I feel pretty confident in saying that because I think we've always done the right thing as a community, successive village councils. It does matter who's sitting up here, and I think over the course of history, there have been stronger bodies and less strong bodies, but basically we always do the right thing. and we will continue to do the right thing as long as we're sitting here. I'm absolutely sure of that. The way to do this, it seems to me, is not an ordinance. We don't want to tie ourselves legislatively, I think, to third parties who we become utterly reliant on to do something difficult that may not be compatible with their same viewpoint. So an ordinance is not the way to do this, in my view, but I think doing it is exactly right. And, you know, leveraging knowledge and ideas from people, of course. We've been excellent, I think less so lately, at public participation over all of history. And that's not just participation, that's drawing from people that want to engage their ideas and utilizing them. So I'm all for it.
But, council member, I mean, if it's not an ordinance, and I'm okay if it's not an ordinance, please. I'm just trying to find a structure, something that we can work upon. I don't know what it can be. I'm not sure. I'm kind of a neophyte when it comes down to these, you know, Leo, the structures. What could,
You know, it
what
could
could we
be-
do? What would you propose?
At an example, I'm not necessarily proposing this, but an example at, you know, in the European Commission or different groups that get together without jurisdiction, develop communiques, memoranda of understanding, things of that sort, fact sheets. We in the village in the past, what was it? The 2020 vision statement might be a good idea, a good example. It didn't have legislative effect, but it was written in a way to give guidance to both the community as it was, council as it was, but also the future population of Key Biscayne. It was written as a formula for people that weren't participating at the time who would be later.
Yeah.
That could be a good example.
If you say codification is, you know, I don't want to hamstring anybody. I just want to make sure that we have something that's malleable and that it works for the future, but at the same time that it establishes, you know, proper guidance and regulations and level of services for both quality, water quality and quantity for everybody that discharges onto Biscayne Bay. And that we have our residents involved in the process, and while at the same time, we also understand that and develop a program that we can finance, not just throw a massive project that nobody can afford because we just have a smaller area. So I'm really just trying to address many things at the same time, but I think that we have short-term issues. First, reduce the cost of this project. I think we need to do that, and I think we need to do that aggressively. I think we need to task the engineer to reduce the cost and take it down to 40, 50% if possible, whatever it is. Not saying redesign it, but I'm sure they can look for ways to do that. They're engineers and they can do it. Second, we need to come up with a way to ensure that future projects we can finance so we don't find ourselves where we find ourselves right now. Third, we need to establish a coalition between different communities and to have community leaders that focus on that. And so I don't want an ordinance if it's not necessary, but I need a framework.
The second point, all good, but devil's advocate on the second point. That is a very difficult thing to accomplish.
What's the second point?
About the prospective financeability of an unknown. You're binding decisions of your successors on things that are not foreseeable or articulated. And I don't think that's going to be feasible. Everything, I mean, all councils and all administrations have to balance the budget. They have to create sufficient economic resources to be able to do the things that are needing to be done. That's just built into our DNA. I think it might help on the first two, which are laudable ideas, for sure. If you could get Fernando the 2020 vision plan, and you can see, I'm remembering as I'm speaking, the guidance, stern, strong guidance, paternalistic even, that was built into that document to really be influential with the future. Or to try.
Do we ever use that? I mean, that's the thing. We passed the plan, we don't use it that I'm aware of in our discussions.
In my opinion, I think we're guided by it even if we don't know it. Because,
we should always have it here.
We all know it so well. We all know the values that are embedded in it so well. Anyway, I support it, it's laudable.
Well, let me see
But
if I
those are
can
my
grab
thoughts.
something more with the village attorney. But I think, okay, so we're gonna start with an ad hoc committee.
Yes.
I would request that an ad hoc committee include at least 2 residents, if that's okay. And, no?
I think this is us.
Is more us?
Yes, this is us at this point in time. Okay? All right.
They will be public meetings, so the public will.
Yeah, because you have 3,
They have to be public.
they're gonna be, yeah.
Okay, so there'll be ad hoc committees and people will participate, and that's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
There can't be sunshine.
Okay, that's what I want.
Mr. Mayor, so that as we go through this and if we make a motion for this, can I make sure that I clearly understand what the goal of that ad hoc committee is so I can make sure that my staff and our consultants are available to do that?
Are not available?
Are
Are available.
Come on.
Are available.
It did sound, it did sound like art.
Maybe when I sucked on my,
It is to look at the project, see how you can, how we might be able to reduce costs, how to make that streamline, the project. Look at all the conditions that are necessary, see what kind of, what do you call it? The framework needed so that we can come back to this full body and say, okay, we looked at this is possible, we can reduce this cost. This we can't reduce, this we can't change. It's kind of like an informal value engineering, okay, to get us to the next
They're
step.
gonna be challenged, because
Yeah.
we're gonna be looking at a significant reduction.
That's fine.
Yeah,
and if I would say if we could also put level of service in there as well, just a
Yes.
debate on level of service as well.
yes,
And the design
Level of
criteria.
service is the
Function money
easiest thing.
too.
yeah.
Okay. Just want
Okay.
to be clear on what the intent is.
But also try to stay on target for June.
No problem.
Well, we are on
We are on target.
We
don't
are on
wanna-
target for
But
June,
this is no additional
Joe?
cost.
because we are going continuing.
Joe,
with design.
can I-
Additional cost.
Yes, Mike?
Can I ask Chad a question? Chad, are we responsible, this level of service? I heard something in a conversation, I'm not sure I heard it correctly. Are we required to give the same level of service to all taxpayers who are paying it through
All sections of.
all
yeah.
sections? It's a question, and if you don't know the answer, that's also fine.
Prior
Are we-
to, for drainage purposes.
Yeah, I mean, if we're charging people the same amount of money by tax, are we required to deliver the same service? It's a theoretical question, you don't have to answer it now, you can think about it and get back to us, or,
Let me think about it. I mean, I will tell you that we have different roads with different levels of service. I mean, throughout the village.
okay.
So, I mean, it wouldn't be abnormal, but let me think about it.
Just don't wanna get challenged.
I understand.
You know, arguably, there's a different level of service if there's a fire rescue call at the Ocean Club than there is if it's a house on Hampton.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
all
an
ladder
interesting question. We in the village have level of service standards that are uniform across, and we do have level of service standards that vary geographically, like I just said. But let me think about it a little bit, because I've never really thought of that before. Given the fact that we are issuing a GOB bond on a uniform program.
I mean, Frank's point is the fire station is farther from my house than it is from his house.
Yeah, and you still I think it's I do think that I'll reserve on my judgment. I'll get back to you on it.
Very much, appreciate it.
What else shall we do?
All right.
Councilmember Vasquez, so your motion is withdrawn, correct?
We're gonna, yes, at this point it is.
withdrawn.
I'll keep it
Okay.
in the oven.
Thank you, all right.
Thank you, and
I think that's all the
We can handle.
brain capacity we have for this moment.
item 12A is moving to March, actually.
Okay.
And Councilmember Stoner has an item.
Oh,
Oh, not to.
Follow
yeah,
up on
let's-
discussion on possible revisions to the building code.
Yeah, I'd rather take that up at the next meeting. We didn't even have time to get to the manager's
And the
report, and
manager's
it deals
report.
with that.
Okay,
So move it to March.
Thank you.
okay. Nothing for the good of the order. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Good night.